Everybody. Hello, hello, hello. This is now the time where I play the Final Fantasy XIV playlist I have for music here. This is now where I have it. I has honey roasted almonds. Ooh, baby, that sounds mighty fucking fine. I like that. Because we don't have any sugar-free stuff, have a bottle of a regular Coke. For just that extra caffeine that I've been taking today to stay focused on my fucking work here. Not a fan of almonds, but these are not bad. Really, don't like almonds. I mean, I typically don't eat nuts straight up. I typically don't do that anyways. Cause, like, I just like having nuts in stuff. Yeah, I typically like just having nuts in stuff, so that's like where... Oh wait, hang on, I just realized I had desktop audio turned off. Now you guys can hear the fucking backing track for Final Fantasy here. Got a food box, and the damn thing had 4 things of honey roasted almonds. 4 whole things. You know what, you know, if you were to season almonds, you like this, you like roast them in honey and shit, cover them in chocolate or anything like that. I could eat a whole tin of almonds, no fucking problem. But if it's just straight normal almonds, nah, I don't think I could. But a great way I've been getting more nuts is by putting some peanuts in my baked oats. Baked oats have been such a fucking game changer for me, legitimately. I'm getting so much more fucking fiber, nutrients, and on average more protein, even though that it's not necessarily like a crazy amount to make up for what I would actually need to go to the gym. Speaking of, oh my goodness. I went to the gym on Monday, and where normally, like, for the past couple of weeks, any attempt I've gone to the gym has been, you know, just about an hour of cardio, 30 minutes on the treadmill, 30 minutes on the elliptical as best I can do. I was like, you know what? I need to get back to strength training. So I went with this little station that basically lets you do pull-ups, but you're sitting on the ground and you're pulling down on these cables that have the handles and everything there. And I did a net total of 30, a set of 10, and then 4 sets of 5, because holy fucking shit, was I out of shape. For literally the entire goddamn week, I was so incredibly fucking sore that it actually, like, I could not straighten out either of my arms without it hurting like hell. And my shoulders themselves were also incredibly sore for a whole week, and I was taking in a fuck ton of protein and creatine. It was crazy. It's almond sugar, vegetable oil, honey, salt, and corn maltodextrin, whatever that is. I think that's like, preservative? Purpose of corn maltodextrin. Inexpensive thickener, filler, preservative, and flavor enhancer. That's what it is. That's what it is. So salt, though. look, you know what makes food taste better? More flavor enhancers, more preservatives. But yeah. So, to give context for this hair stream we're doing here today, is I actually, unexpectedly, thankfully, happily, got an unprompted commission on VGen. Someone actually PM'd me on VGen, like, hey, I'd like to commission you for a long-form video. And then he gave me a rundown of what it is, and what this video is that I will be editing. I'm gonna currently just leave this to display capture, so that way, so you guys can see. Currently, what this video is that, I am working on is based off of Myth's Bad End. You know, that, like, fucking incredible HoloLive animation. This guy wanted to make an analysis video of the fight in the context of Pathfinder 1E. And so he already has his narration set up, everything here. I've got it all right here. And he wants it to, like, actually take a look at the whole fight as a Pathfinder encounter. And he gave this to me on Thursday. And this has been a lot more work than I had anticipated, because he has both a combination of notes and a script here. It's on a fucking docx file, so I don't even have, like, fucking Microsoft Office to read this in its quote-unquote proper thing, but, you know, it works. He's got all this, and, like, he's got notes on when the dice show up, the math that's there. It shows whether or not it says hit or miss, fail or pass fail, and everything there. And, you know, like, that is all within the purview of what I anticipated with what was PM'd to me, and what was provided to me in my VGen thing here. But, there was something that was not provided to me that I did need to make myself, is dice. I spent a good half hour trying to find, you know, like, actually transparent dice sets and everything for me to transpose colors on, and I finally found this here. This set that just gave nice black colored dice that I then colored to be for all the characters. And I even, before I got to the method I have here now, I had edited together a little animation of how the dice would roll, and the sounds that would play, and how the math would show up and everything there, and he liked it. But then I realized, oh wait, hang on, if I work on that now, as you can see, I have 19 video tracks. Because, like, there's probably a way to make it to work smarter here that I don't know. There almost certainly is, but I don't know it, and I don't know what to look up to make it easier on me. Other than just have a new timeline where I make the effect here, as you see. Like, let me actually play it out. It's disjointed, but I'll show you what it looks like. Like, this is how it was gonna look. And I had done that, and I just had it overlaid with the video normally. Because, yeah, I just wanted... I just thought, hey, it's gonna be overlaid with the video. But then the dude... that's my Discord. But then the dude was like, oh, but I would really like an overlay for it. And so that's what you see here. Thankfully, Paizo, in being as fucking base as they are, actually has a PSD file, which does work on GIMP, for both Pathfinder and Starfinder. So you can actually stream those systems. With Pathfinder, you can actually have up to the GM and 6 players. I actually had to crop this. There's 2 more. There's 2 more that would technically be here on the side. But I had to crop it because it otherwise would not necessarily look right. So we have Ina here, Ame, Callie, Kiara, Gura. And yeah, I worked on this, so I already had to create a lot more assets than I fully anticipated I would. And yesterday, I found the method I was gonna stick to, because it's kind of like how I do it with Argent's videos. Azure with the 130 stream watch streak. Wow! Hell yeah! Yeah, and the method I have now is to basically splice up, is to literally just splice up the video with his voiceover. So that way I can just have all the important visuals that take place in this part of the screen here line up. And then when I do that, I'm going to then go back through it all and put in all the appropriate edits. He wants the round counter to be here, he wants the initiatives to be here, and then the dice to be rolled down here, more or less. So a lot of fucking edits are going to be taking place in just this little parchment square. There's going to be some happening here, but, this place is going to be largely untouched. Largely. And, oh boy. There is also, some pre-combat, monologuing. This I did not consider to use for the overlay because it's not relevant to what would we look at it like an encounter. And I'm gonna go back and do that later because that is honestly gonna be the easy stuff. You know, just find bits and pieces from the video in its full 1920 by 1080 resolution, mix it up a little bit, grab the images that he provided with me here, and then just have them play out normal, and just have them play out as I visually see fit, in line with his notes as best as I can do. And then after that is going to be the finding of music. Because when he initially commissioned me here, I just, I did a YouTube to MP4 converter, I got the Myths Bad End video, and it had all of its audio. But I am not an audio engineer. I do not know how the fuck I could possibly separate the sound effects and the music in the video's audio. So I gave him the option. Do you want to just cut? Do you just want to cut out the audio altogether and we just find some music to put in? Or do you want me to just let the video play out a little bit, then go back and do slow-mos and things with your voiceover? And he chose, take out the video's audio, go for music. And he gave me a playlist of Homestuck music. That is the playlist itself is 24 hours long. I don't know how long each individual video is, but considering it's a 24-hour long playlist, it's a lot, and I don't know what to listen for. So once I get basically the encounter done here, I'm gonna send it to him as a work in progress. And then see what he thinks about it, and then we're gonna decide on the music there, because I'm gonna need him to tell me what music he wants in this context here. As much as I like having creative freedom here, if what he wants is from a Homestuck playlist, I can't provide that. I cannot provide my own judgment on that, because I would have to listen to everything, and then process it, and so on and so on and so on and so on. Encoding is overloaded? What do you mean encoding is overloaded? My GPU is only at 50%, and my fucking memory is at 56%. Wish I was still friends with some Homestuck fans, if they could help narrow down tracks at least. That'd be nice. But this is this dude's vision that I am trying to enact. So it's ultimately going to be what he thinks is best. What I'm gonna be doing, what I've been doing today, and what we're gonna be doing for this stream here, is a lot of the tedium. It's gonna be the tedium of listening through his voiceover, cutting up the dead air, and then making sure the visuals line up with what he's doing, because when you try and analyze an encounter, like a moment like this, which is Myth's Bad End, and you try and like really describe how it would work in Pathfinder mechanics and everything there, eventually you're gonna be saying more than what the visuals are portraying. So I'll just play out what I currently have. I'll currently play out what I have here. Am I able to like lower the volume of this any further? There we go. Yeah, we're not going to worry about the pre-fight voiceover right now. It's just going to be what I currently have. He gave me a net total of 18 minutes of voiceover. The Bad End video itself is 12 minutes long, and I currently have 4 minutes edited, or 3.5 minutes. So this is what we currently are working with.
Combat begins and initiative is rolled.
This is where the dice rolling sound effect would take place.
Acts first and begins the ritual, ending her turn. Ina passes her will save, keeping the entity from moving, and so it casts Greater Evolution Surge to grant itself up to 3 uses of a devastating 60-foot line blast attack. Calliope goes next, warning the others to stay back while she attempts to subdue their friend.
Actually, question: as this is playing out, how well can you guys hear that voiceover relative to the music I currently am just playing in the background? I will definitely increase his volume a little bit. The volume of this track.
She charges to give herself as high
Yeah,
a
that's
chance
already
of
better.
landing her attack as possible, however taking an attack of opportunity in the process. She flies and lashes out with her scythe, but despite her best efforts, she's unable to land a good hit with her weapon. Kiara, cautiously, slowly, moves just enough to close the gap in
Is it better now? Okay, good.
if needed, while Gura stays back. From here on,
I mean, also, he recorded this in mono, not stereo. Mono is typically quieter than stereo, at the very least in terms of me fiddling with my own audio a little bit.
Assume that at the start of every round, Amelia continues to concentrate on her ritual. It's now the enemy's turn. It immediately fires the beam it just created for itself directly at Calliope, also hitting buildings behind her in the process.
No kidding, it's mono.
Fails her reflex save, being dealt a vicious blow by the blast, much to the panic of her allies. However, the Reaper is unconcerned by this, self-assured in her regenerative abilities, and underestimates the entity by spending time
here. Yeah, like here, I had to, like, because with how much he was, like, describing about, like, what Callie was doing, what she was saying, her regeneration, that all was taking place in the span of, like, 3 seconds of the video. So I had to, like, replay stuff, slow it down, cut it up, grab stuff from a little bit later, pull it back. Like, that's where I do find a little bit of difficulty in trying to make this happen. And also, I don't think, I feel like that was a joke saying that he's monotone. If that's the case, I don't really agree. There is a tone he's going for. It's just not one that I personally would be using. At the very least, I'm not feeling bored while doing this. It's more I'm just, like, drudging through doing the splicing.
By spending time healing and readying her action to keep the entity's attention on her and away from her friends. Kiara, however, has no such plans. On her turn, she draws her blade as part of her move action to get closer to the fight while the entity and Calliope are focused on each other, then readies her standard to cast...
Like, look at that. I just had to let that go longer.
That lets the entity fire off those blasts. We get back to the entity's turn, and it prepares such a blast, but this is what Kiara was waiting for. Her dispel succeeds, negating the evolution before it can fire. The entity, now caught off guard, catches an attack of opportunity from the Phoenix as it retreats from this new threat. Calliope, stunned at the assistance, agrees that the situation has become dire, and on their turns, both the Reaper and Phoenix shed their mortal guidance.
When I was actually rewatching the original video for this, god damn is it so fucking hype. Like, holy shit.
Supernatural forces as Calliope and Kiara keep the entity distracted, flying into the sky and launching a variety of physical attacks, blasts of fire, and powerful spells at each other. But while the entity isn't sustaining any lasting damage, neither allow it a good chance to fight back. A minute passes, and Amelia succeeds her first Knowledge Planes check. By the 20th round, the entity has grown tired of this cat-and-mouse game. Internally, Ina passes her will save to prevent it from moving, so instead, it just casts Banishment. And just like that, in an instant, 2 of the Protectors of Earth have been shunted from the material plane. A second minute has passed. Amelia succeeds at her second Knowledge Planes check, while she's forced to sit there and accept it. The entity, curious about what this group could be planning,
Look how much I had to slow
takes
this
a few moments to
down.
consider the last individuals left, while also getting close
This is at
enough
30%.
to determine the nature of the ritual, flying just within range to analyze it with its detect magic. However, one Gargura steps up, interrupting the entity's concentration with her presence and trying to reach out to her friend on her turn with a diplomacy check. The entity taunts them as they once again cast Greater Evolution Surge to grant them
I immediately realize I can show a little bit more of the text there. There we go.
surge to grant themselves another 3 uses of their blast ability, clearly about to use it with Fiery Fury. On her turn,
And that is what I had managed to do across a little bit late on yesterday and today. I got 4 minutes of editing through, of splicing through. I still have, in total, across the rest of the voiceover, 10 minutes to get through. The goal is to get the splicing done by the end of the weekend. If I get it done by the end of the stream, even better. That means I can start on the actual edits tomorrow. Hearing the Pathfinder talk makes me sad. We're doing 3.5 every other week at my table now. My fun is slow to a crawl as the heft of the rules weigh on me. Pathfinder is, I understand, 3.5, but for people who like even more rules. Pathfinder is more D&D 3.75. Like, it took what 3.5 did, and it made it, made it a little bit more concise, but still ultimately a very rules-heavy system. Don't get me wrong, I love a lot of the content that is present in 3.5. There's a lot of really cool stuff that exists in 3.5 content. Just look at Tales from My D&D campaign. It showcases a lot of what makes 3.5 really, really cool. But but I read some of the rules for 3.5, and that is too far in the crunch direction for me. It is way too fucking bloated in terms of rules and everything there. It's like, if I were to translate it to a card game, it would be like the most complicated bits of Yu-Gi-Oh! And Magic the Gathering put together. Granted, yes, the math itself is not necessarily the hardest part, because you just take your most common modifiers and you just write them down on your sheet and you consult which things are most relevant. But there's also a lot of floating numbers that exist in 3.5, which that is where it's a little bit harder to manage. I've played about 10 hours of 3.5, and that was starting at level 1. So I can't speak about my own personal experience about how crazy how many floating numbers and how big they get later on in the game it is. But yeah, some of my players actually want to play 3.5 because they like Tales from My D&D campaign, and I'm just sitting here like, no, let's not do that. If we're gonna play a rules heavy system, let's do the actual consolidated, cleaner, slightly only crunchier than D&D 5e rule set of Pathfinder 2nd Edition. Let's do that. Or let's play something that's also rules heavy, but very different from these fantasy games, like fucking Traveler. I only know enough about Traveler because of the session and RPG review by Seth Skorkowski. Cool guy, by the way. That's all about I know, but Traveler at the very least seems, you know, like a little cool, and it is rules heavy, but it feels, you know, like it's a different experience. But I do not want to play 3.5, and I do not want to play Pathfinder 1. I want to play Pathfinder 2, I want to play Blades in the Dark, I want to try again with more Powered by the Apocalypse-like systems, and things like that. I have a suggestion to prevent the need to do so much solo. What if you put rule stuff up on the screen to give more variety for the viewer? Because while doing as the client asks is smart, maybe doing so but making the viewing experience better would be smart. Seth Skorkowski is fun. Hey, you know Seth. Cool. Peekaboo. Hello, Liam. Welcome. Well, okay. I mean, I already had a vision for what I was gonna be doing, because let me pull up the script notes here. Let's see. Yeah, we're gonna look at this here. The entity caught off guard catches 5-foot attack of opportunity from the Phoenix, and he's already wanting a lot of dice and math to show up here. And the idea I had to add context, or to have it be not just simply dice showing up, and also to save me a little bit of trouble, is to, like, grab little snippets of the rules or these abilities, because he did actually make stat blocks for the girls. Like, he actually straight up did. Let me actually scroll back up and show you. Yeah. Like, he actually made whole-on stat blocks for them. So I, very thankfully, can just take little screenshots of these and have them flash on the screen. Not trying to do too many cook scenario, just as suggesting. Yeah. And that's what I was saying, like, the idea I had to, like, kind of add a little bit of my own flair here, while also still preserving his vision, is what was to, like, take little screenshots of their abilities and Pathfinder rules, so that, and then have them, like, flash either here or here. OG Gamer on YouTube, thank you for subscribing. If you're here in the stream, I'm glad I am entertaining enough for you. If you have subscribed by watching one of my videos, I appreciate you even more. I'm relatively happy with that BioShock video, by the way. A lot of these horror... Like, after I finished Yomawati, I was really using these videos as an excuse to learn what certain transitions did. So because, like, transitions really, like, make a big difference. As well as sound effects, but I'm not yet in the, like, field of having sound effects, like, go crazy all the fucking time, because there have been some very over-edited videos that have way too many fucking sound effects. Like, you don't even need to know Magic the Gathering, but if you look up Game Nights, spelled, you know, like a noble knight, spelled like that. If you look up Game Nights as a live play show, they over-edit the fuck out of what happens in the game. And while it is a great way to, like, jangle the keys in front of people's faces and everything there, I can't watch it. It's too much. Tolarian Community College, at the very least, does, like, mild edits there, and they're a little bit more personable, and I like it all more. But that's me talking about a Magic the Gathering show, and I know that doesn't necessarily matter all that much here. But yeah, that is where we are currently at. I am gonna see how much I can actually get of the splicing done.
On her turn, Gura prepares to use the special power of Poseidon's Trident when that attack comes. It strikes. She responds. The power of the Trident is revealed, bringing up an emergency water shield to block the blast.
Okay. Yeah, my process here is I'm listening a little bit for the voiceover, and then I look and see what bits of the footage match that.
On her turn, Gura prepares to use the special power of Poseidon's Trident when that attack comes.
Alright, immediately... This is always the best case scenario, where exactly what we see at the pacing we see it lines up. This is more chill than last night, to be honest. Oh, absolutely. And I actually, speaking of last night, Snackies and Bard actually told me when we stopped being live about the fuck up that I made. For anybody who doesn't know, when we were playing World of Warcraft last night, I voiced my opinion about how I feel about the way drag queens look, and I'm talking about, you know, like when they put on all the makeup and the costumes and everything there, and I expressed very, very emphatically how much I did not like the way they looked, because it. And after the stream had happened, I was basically informed that what they and the viewers were hearing from me was more of a social political statement. They were not hearing, like, I was entirely voicing my opinion on aesthetics. That is it. I basically saw it as the same as, wow, those hyper-detailed renders on SpongeBob, they sure are fucking ugly, aren't they? But, you know, like, we all know that someone hand-painted those, and so the artistry that went into making that really grotesque image is very impressive. Like, that's how I looked at it. And that's the level I thought the conversation was on the entire time. But after the stream, Bard and Snackies informed me that what they and everybody else in Snacky's chat were thinking was I was on the socio-political layer when I was voicing my opinion there. And it upset a lot of people. I have since apologized to Snacky's chat because I didn't want to say something that was going to hurt that many people by what I thought was just an aesthetic opinion type deal there. And it ended up a little bit icy and everything, but we have since moved past it, and it seems as though it's water under the bridge at this point. The main reason for suggestion here, though, is if the whole video is static except for the part where Myth's bad end is, it might just seem slow. Oh, yeah, that's why I'm... Yeah, not everything here is slowed down. Like, there are bits where I don't want to slow down, but, like, when there's as much narration covering what's happening, it's a little bit difficult to have it match. That's on them, to be honest. Like, it didn't sound good. Well, yeah, no, I did use the word hideous. Because, like... But it didn't get any malice. Yeah, no, I was speaking purely on my aesthetic opinion. Like, I legitimately did see it as... Wow, those hyper-detailed renders in SpongeBob are fucking hideous. And I thought that's, like, I thought just where it would begin and end is like, wow, that's an opinion I've not heard, but, I mean, I guess that's your opinion there, Lucky. Hi, what you making? Oh, Pitch, hello, welcome! Welcome. You came in at an awkward time as I was covering a little oopsie that I did yesterday. But what we are making is we are working for a client who is wanting to retell the Hololive Myth's Bad Ending video in the context of a Pathfinder combat encounter. That is what we are making today. I currently have 4 minutes edited. Oops, I can leave and come back. Oh, no. You're good. You're good. I was just talking about, like, how there was some miscommunication when I was playing World of Warcraft on stream with Snackies and Sidel the Bard yesterday. They could have at least politely corrected you and clarified. I mean, Snackies was trying to end the conversation there, and I'm like, oh, well, this is a little bit odd, but, I mean... I just want to make sure that I didn't mean to offend or anything. Instead of dead silent and low-key guilt-tripping. Yeah. his friends don't know him well and assumed he was being a bigot. I don't think I don't know if Snackies and Bard assumed I was being a bigot, but Snackies chat 150% thought I was being a bigot. They even like DM'd him their grievances with me because they thought I was being like a real asshole when I was genuinely trying, like, speaking on the level of aesthetics. It is still lame to jump to conclusions. Yeah. Misunderstandings sometimes happen. Yeah. It seems like water under the bridge. I gave an apology in Snacky's server, and several people reacted with a heart emoji on my apology. So I'm going to hope that it's all good. But I am a self-conscious, nervous little bitch, and I'm going to be dwelling on this for the next month. Every time we stream World of Warcraft on Fridays. Because I'm like, oh, shit, are people still really mad at me? Are they still really mad at Snackies for being friends with me? It's probably fine, but I'm not gonna know unless people tell me it is actually fine. And even then, it's probably not gonna sail all that well. But, I'd rather not dwell on that. I was just commenting when Liam was saying that this is already more chill than what it was yesterday. And, I mean, yeah, part of yesterday, that whole misunderstanding was part of why it wasn't chill yesterday, but also at the same time, Snackies and I sometimes do get up to some, like, high-energy debates on some things. That I do fully I do fully disclaim is just him and I being stupid friends.
On her turn, Gura prepares to use the special power of Poseidon's Trident when that attack comes. It strikes.
Yeah, okay. So we already have that there. Wait, is that Gura? Yeah, wait, Pitch? Have you not seen Myth's Bad End? Have you not watched Myth's Bad End, Pitch? No, okay, hang on. Hang on. I need to fetch this for you. You know, honestly, I'll have this pinned. I'll have this pinned instead of the YouTube stream. Nobody fucking cares if they miss out on a little bit of editing that I do. I don't watch most of their stuff. Oh no, this isn't made by Hololive. This is a fan project. It's one of the most insane fan projects for Hololive I have seen. I get call out for using the F slur with my friend, despite him being in a gay relationship and me being bi. Sometimes you fuck around and share things with friends. They should know you're fucking around, yeah. It is unofficial, yeah. Here we go. I'm gonna pin this. This is the video I am editing. Watch Myth's Bad Ending. There we go. So you can go ahead and watch that whenever you do see fit. This video is actually fucking insane. It is ridiculous. But I digress. Yeah. That's probably on me for bringing it back up so soon by commenting on it. But I did also want to clear the air on my own stream as well. I don't know how... I know that Liam was here to hear that exchange. I don't know however many other people were. I don't understand your frustration of getting motherfuckers to not think of Nikke as a Gunnar game. Oh yeah, no. I don't know if you... I don't know. I don't know if you guys could hear, but I was getting a little riled up when Bard was just actively dismissing me in the conversation there. Because I'm like, you bro, why are you refusing to acknowledge what I'm saying here? Why? Silo was vehement. Yeah, he was.
On her turn, Gura prepares to use the special power of Poseidon's trident when that attack comes. It strikes.
Okay. Dude sounded like he's tired of hearing about the Gunnar game and just writes it off. Yeah. What? Like, bro, I have put in so much effort to try and clear the air, and you're just actively denying it.
Special power of Poseidon's trident when that attack comes.
Even my buddy tried, and he still dislikes it for being a gacha and objectifying at least. Which, when you experience it, I can understand. Bard's a bitch and I don't like him. There's only one singular time I have seen him be in a call with you and not be a total asshole. And it was cause it was him glazing the game he likes. I was tempted to ask about his thoughts on Automata. Has your friend played Automata?
It strikes. She responds. The power of the trident is revealed, bringing up an emergency water shield to block the blast. It doesn't have to last forever, just long enough to withstand this assault. And it does. Barely. 3 continuous rounds of power straight into the barrier whittles away at its defenses.
So people just get tired of some media. I had to argue with a friend over some shows because they got annoyed with the fans. So they dislike it because of them and haven't even watched it. It's frustrating. Bruh. Like, I can understand not liking, you know, a fandom, you know, like, having certain behaviors when they're acting about their own media and everything there. I can understand that, but you don't have to engage with that. But when a fan is enthusiastically, happily trying to share with you why they like this thing and trying to show you why they like this thing, why is your instinct to then say, no, you are wrong, this is what I think it is, shut up. It is known a bit more for 2B's ass than the game itself. Then you play it and get your soul crushed. I like Sonic. I dislike a lot of the fan base, so I just ignore it. But yes, that, yeah. Oh, Saki has announced, I assume, a stream cancellation. Oh, Saki's gonna be streaming in about half an hour. Okay. She's gonna be playing Anemo? I have no idea what that is, but yeah. At least, well, I guess we'll at least get a raid into her. But yeah, just like Sag, I missed Nikke last night. Unfortunately. How far she get? She met Behemoth. Her ending point was Behemoth was revealed, and Saki was like, "Oh my!" And then when I was doing my going live message, I actually saw another VTuber encounter Behemoth.
It strikes. She responds. The power of the trident is revealed, bringing up an emergency water shield to block the blast. It doesn't have to last forever, just long enough to withstand this assault. And it does. Barely. 3 continuous rounds of power straight into the barrier whittles away at its defenses.
That should be enough. Oh, okay, we need to get this. We need to do just a little bit of slow-mo. Just a little bit. Like basically make that, like, a girl fail, meet girl fail, affectionate. No. Hang on. I need to get the scale again. Girl failure spectrum. I need to get the fucking image again here. 1 second. I still disagree with you. Okay, hang on. Let me move out. I gotta play Nikke again soon? Yes, you do. Yes, you do. The current event is also spicy. Then where does Saki fall? Yeah, so here, for those that don't know, here is the girl failure spectrum that I consult. It goes from girl war criminal to pathetic wet cat. I'm not going to grab any images here, but Behemoth, who Saki has met, falls under woman. Dead center of the spectrum. Then we have Sad Girl. This, I would say, is Levi. Levi is competent. She's competent, somewhat confident, is able to do stuff, and she's also the brains of the operation. But she's also incredibly fucking depressed. So Sad Girl. Fail Woman. This is Bahamut. Because she can do stuff, but holy fucking shit, is she so fucking stupid that I love her for it. So, she just so she's a girl failure at the end of all. And then we have Pathetic Wet Cat, who is Ziz that is looking for validation at every single opportunity that is presented to her. And I love her. That is the 4 beasts on the girl failure spectrum. Saki falls on girl employee? Yeah, I would say Saki falls on girl employee. I think that's fair enough. Why is Rouge the Bat not in War Crimes? I don't know. This is... I used a fucking... I found a blank one, and this is the first thing that comes up here. I don't know half of these fucking characters. I think this girl is from Class of 09. I'm not sure, but whatever. She's a thief, not a war criminal. It's not a matter if you are actually a war criminal. It's a matter of how is the personality of this girl fitting the idea of either, like, a girl failure, a girl boss, or anything like that. Just laughing at some choices. Yeah. Understandable. Okay, with the editing here, just need to slow this down just a little bit. Because we don't want it to show the shark fin right away. Unless Seducing Tail counts. Being there for the moon blowing up screams war crimes. She helped. I'm going to piss on the moon! I put Saki in the woman category. Maybe balancing on the edge of Sad Girl. At best case for Saki, a girl employee. Worst case, I'm still gonna say that she's in woman. I don't think she's like... I don't think she falls in patheticness enough to become a sad girl, personally. That's still girl boss. Moon is small scale in comparison of other fictional women.
Power straight into the barrier.
Yeah, I think here's where we want to timestamp the speed change. And then we'll ease in the speed change. We'll make this like 80%. 70. Thankfully, it actually extends the duration here. Speaking from experience, ask her about the time Boob made her cry on stream. She loves telling that story to make Boob feel bad. Oh, okay. When I raid into her, I'll ask.
Barrier whittles away at its defenses, the sheer power converting the watery shield into steam that covers the battlefield in a literal fog of war.
Okay. If we're going that far into it, so
it does. Barely. 3.
Okay, yeah, that's good. That's good. Here, we'll drop this down to 50. We'll make this 75. She literally went quiet for a good handful of minutes on the BRB screen, then just ended stream. Oh my gosh. Holy, what the fuck? There'd be crazy gals out there that will damn a universe or such. Yeah, fucking look at Wander Over Yonder. The main villain is a girl war criminal. Okay, yeah.
Just long enough to withstand this assault. And it does. Barely. 3 continuous rounds of power straight into the barrier whittles away at its defenses, the sheer power converting the watery...
Yeah, I think we're gonna have to go even further back on that.
Assault. It does.
Yeah. Once we're on this frame here, let's put this at 75. This next one at 60. This next one, 50. Next one, 30. Oh, that took it far.
The sheer power converting the watery shield into steam that covers the battlefield in a literal fog of war.
You know what? That's seeing the fin is gonna bug me. It's gonna fucking bug me. That's gonna bug me if I don't handle that. So we're gonna go back here. We'll make this 50. People be dynamic. She doesn't let it get to her. But to be honest, I don't know how many VTubers that aren't sad girls on the inside, even if they are girl war criminals on the outside. Who would you say is a girl war criminal on the outside and a sad girl on the inside? Pekoda? I have not watched a single Pekoda stream.
Power converting the watery shield into steam that covers the battlefield in a literal fog of war.
Okay, good enough. Good enough. Good enough. She did some fucked up Minecraft shit. Oh, I remember seeing some of those memes. Okay. But is that the general attitude of Pekoda? Is that like her actual vibe, or is that just or is it the incident? She was known for being a war criminal in their Minecraft server. But she's a NEET who doesn't want you to fuck her mom. Doesn't want you fucking her mom. Wouldn't she have asked for Hololive to draw her mom as fucking milfy as she is? There were many incidents.
The third blast.
Yes, and she regretted it ever since. Girl did not see that. Did not think things through, it seems then.
Literal fog of war. The third blast finally breaks the barrier, dealing a minor amount of damage to Gura in the process.
No, she did. It's good content. I mean, you're right. You're gonna see that coming? When her mom met Marine.
He breaks the barrier. A minor amount of
Yep, he staggered a little bit here.
minor amount of
And this is where the editor comes in to save the day to fix where you stagger.
minor amount of damage to Gura in the process. But as soon as it does,
I have shaved off about 30 seconds, by the way, of the dead air from this voiceover. Not necessarily to judge him on that. He had his own thoughts. But you never know how much dead air you actually have until you go back and edit it.
the third blast finally breaks the barrier, dealing a minor amount of damage to Gura in the process. But as soon as it does...
Okay, I can actually let a little bit of air hang here.
Minor amount of damage to Gura in the process. But as soon as it does, she retaliates on her turn, lashing...
Okay. I think we can just reuse a little bit of the beam animation, a little bit of it, and then we can move to the shark fin.
It does.
Okay, yeah, we're looking at the one hitting Gura.
does. Finally breaks the barrier, dealing a minor amount of damage to Gura in the process.
Alright, so that's where we have that cut here. And then... Okay, well, we can just look at where... There it is. And then alter the speed change, I think.
The third blast finally breaks the barrier, dealing a minor amount of damage to Gura in the process.
Hang on.
Dealing a minor...
Yeah, I also did see... Yeah. Pull that back a bit here. He reminded of that Gura being a Primarch fic, because clearly she's in charge of the Carcanodons, I believe is how that's meant to be pronounced. I don't remember. I didn't know there was a whole fic behind it. I thought it was just, you know, like some fan art. Okay. And we need to make this about double, so... Speed, cut this in half. Okay, 40 is too long, 45 will do then. There we go. I forget how to spell them, the space sharks. Yeah, I know who you're talking about. All it takes is someone willing to write crack for fun.
Dealing a minor amount of damage to Gura in the process, but...
Alright, and we're gonna have an ad break in a minute and a half. Because this is much closer to a just chatting stream, I feel like you guys don't need to worry about the YouTube, about the ads and going to YouTube.
As soon as it does, she retaliates on her turn, lashing out from within the fog with a
So watch the bad end. I'm sad now. yeah, it's fucked. But holy shit, is the video so fucking good. Holy fuck, dude, just the dude that made the Myth's bad end. Goated ass fucking video maker. Big E might have a thing for Ina, who might be a perpetual. I mean, Ina could also very well be a fucking agent of chaos, for all 40k is concerned.
But as soon as it does, she retaliates on her turn, lashing out from within the fog with a spell of her own, Aqueous Orb. Normally, the entity would easily be able to dodge such a retaliation, but...
It's so good, so well animated, but sad. Yeah. But that's why it's called Myth's Bad End. Did you... You're going into it knowing it's not gonna be fucking happy. And that's why I love my Grimdark. There's a here's the thing, pitch. It claims the world ended on a specific date. Check the video release date. 100% is it a dead dove do not eat scenario. Is dead doves do not eat a movie? I'll ask when the ads are closer to being done.
Damage to Gura in the process. But as soon as it does, she retaliates on her turn, lashing out from within the fog with a spell of her own, Aqueous Orb. Normally, the entity would easily be able to dodge such a retaliation, but... well, we've all been there.
Okay, hang on. I'm gonna have to look and see what he said on the notes here. Fails. Gura's pleading. Question mark, question mark, question mark. Taunts them. At least I'm halfway through the script. Charging up her defensive ability. Yeah. The implication is that it's a tag on AO3 for stuff that is a little messed up and sad with no happy ending. Oh, okay. I still just stick with Grimdark on that personally, but who am I to judge fanfic artists? Writers. The implication is that Ame tried again, and we are now on the myth's good end timeline, because we got past the end of the world day. Yeah. It's one of those comedy shows where a guy looks into a paper bag literally labeled "Dead Dove, Do Not Eat." He looks at it and says, "I don't know what else I was expecting." Oh, okay. Let's see here. Being hitting the water, dice zone, 26, 6 damage hits Gura. Yeah. Go through a few frames, quick succession, as the second sentence above is spoken. First being a frame of the shark fit emerging from the steam to the frame of the teeth. Okay. Three continuous runs straight into the barrier whittles voice in quick succession as the second sentence above is spoken. Yeah. Rounds power into the barrier and whittles its defenses, the sheer power converting the watery shield into steam that covers the battlefield in a literal fog of war. Okay, hang on.
Of power straight into the barrier whittles away at its defenses, the sheer power converting the watery shield into steam that covers the battlefield in a literal fog of war.
Yeah, that's fine. I still got that. To the frame of the teeth surrounding Ina on the normally... Okay. Okay, yeah. Okay. To the frame on the teeth surrounding Ina on the normally part. And on the pause, the dice zone makes a noise to draw attention to the corner to show that Ina rolls a nat 1 on her d20. Ah, okay. Main thing that makes it different than Grimdark is that stuff on AO3 has other tags. And it's a shorthand to say, don't read all the other tags and expect something else. Okay. I see what you're getting at. Okay, so he specifically wants the bite to happen on when he says normally, and we actually are supposed to have a pause where the dice is where we have the dice roll. Okay. Yeah, I haven't read ahead on this because holy shit, so much of this is just saying the dice roll this, the number is that. I'm going bit by bit on this.
The third blast finally breaks the barrier, dealing a minor amount of damage to Gura in the process. But as soon as it does, she retaliates on her turn, lashing out from within the fog with a spell of her own, Aqueous Orb. Normally, the entity would easily...
Okay, so that's so the normally so this is the normally.
Normally.
Yeah, okay.
On her turn,
Okay. And then bring it here. Oh, we're in Kurthus with Western Highlands right now on the Final Fantasy playlist I'm on. Fucking love Kurthus, Western Highlands, dude. Such a beautiful track.
Normally, the entity would easily be able to dodge such retaliation, but...
Now the pause of the dice makes a noise to draw attention to the corner, so... we emphasize the failure as being a big chomp frame. The water engulfing, you know. We start with Ina's turn, or the will save. Yeah, we've all been... Okay. Okay. I can put myself back in now, so... Huh. Okay, so I think what I can do is like actually do like a cool slow-mo, not just simply to preserve time, not just simply to work with the timing, but to actually make it seem a little bit like.
Normally, the entity would easily be able to dodge such retaliation, but
Yeah. Okay.
easily be able to.
Okay. Move that here.
Normally,
And how much further back can I pull this to make it work better? All right, that's good. BRB, no problem. I'll be BRBing soon because I do feel the need to pee coming on.
normally, the entity would.
Yeah.
Normally, the entity would. The entity would.
Yeah, speed change. And then render this down to like 10. So it goes like.
Normally, the entity would easily be able to dodge such.
That is not a smooth enough transition because it's sudden. Oh. Okay, wait. Ripple timeline?
Normally, the entity would easily be able to.
Okay, yeah, ease, linear, smooth. There we go. What the hell? Oh, that's... Okay. I see. Smooth. There we go.
Normally, the entity would easily be able to dodge such retaliation, but.
I set it to smooth! Why? Okay, hang on. Retime controls. I know you can help me. Where are you? Retime controls. There we go. Let's see here. Yeah, okay. So here just undo that.
Normally, the entity would.
Okay. And then retime controls. Here we do yeah, speed ramp down to 0.
Normally, the entity would easily be able to dodge such retaliation, but.
Okay, no, we don't want that. We don't want that. But I do want it to be shorter. Change speed to 100.
Normally, the entity would.
And then here, stretch the change speed to okay, there we go. Well, no, I still want this to be 100. Okay, there we go. I don't know why. Oh, it's because if I drag it up here, it changes the speed. But if I do this, it's just the duration. Got it.
Normally, the entity would. The entity. Normally.
Drag this back a little bit.
The entity.
Drag this back.
Would.
Bring this here. Oh, we're... Oh, okay, buddy. Hang on. I have not done a slow-mo like this before, if you guys couldn't tell. How does this look so far?
Normally, the entity would easily be able to... We would easily...
And then shrink this back. Hey, Neo! Editing stream, let's go. Yeah.
Normally, the entity would easily be able to dodge such retaliation, but...
And then here is where we would want it to end up at 0. Here's where we would want to add speed point. And then here we want this to be 0. Are we here to body double for you? What do you mean you're here to body double for me, Neo? What do you mean by that? Is my model just big enough for the YouTube chat to be on top of or something?
Normally, the entity would easily be able to dodge such retaliation, but...
Okay, and... Can I finally do the optical flow to make this look better? Like the ADHD tip, get someone to just be there while you do stuff. Yes and no. It is nice to just have people it's nice to have people to talk to while I work, so that way I don't feel compelled to just be like, alright, I'm gonna work for about 15 minutes and then watch 10 YouTube shorts, work for another 15 minutes, watch 5 YouTube shorts, and instead, like, just, do a little bit more of an organic flow here. But also, because I have this, I need to make a bunch of my own shorts, I want to write my fucking Birth by Sleep script, and I need to have time to prepare for D&D, and Snackies and I were talking about me editing for him again. And Argent might be giving me a commission soon. And, You like editing? Yes. I do like editing. As much as it may not sound like it in what I just said there, I actually do really like editing. It is a genuinely fun thing for me to do, to either create or express a vision through this type of medium. I can't understand how artists see the big picture when they draw, but I can see a big picture when I make videos. Body doubling is an ADHD neuro thing, to have someone there with you, sort of for a way to feel like you gotta get things done. Yeah, I don't think I expressed that. I know I have ADHD, even though I'm not diagnosed. But that does make sense. You can love something and hate it at the same time. Oh, believe me, I fucking hate this tedium. I fucking hate this tedium that I'm going through right now, especially considering I had to make this asset of the overlay and all the dice when the guy didn't provide it with me. But yeah, I do genuinely really like editing, and if you guys either need someone to edit for you, like either some YouTube shorts or a longer form video of something, then please, by all means, go to my VGen and commission me. I am open, and the more jobs I get, the more overwhelming it's going to feel, but also at the same time, the sooner I can stop doing Uber Eats for a living. Because genuinely, I despise Uber Eats so fucking much. I hate it with a fiery fucking passion. Step 1, make content. Step 2, make Lucky edit it. Step 3, profit. That's the plan. That is the plan. I mean, hey, not to toot my own horn, but 95% of all the shorts that I have currently made for Snackies and Argent have all breached 1,000 views on YouTube minimum. Even more so on TikTok in the case of Snackies. Like, I made a fucking Expedition 33 video for him at post Act 1, and it got like 20k views and a fuck ton of engagement. VGen, I want to look it up. Let me grab my VGen real quick so I can link it in the YouTube chat. I'll link it both in Twitch and YouTube. Yeah, I will link both in the YouTube and the... Yeah, I will link both in the YouTube and the Twitch chat, my VGen. I'll probably actually make a link for that. How much you charge? I need numbers. I do a variable amount based on shorts, and I do a minimum amount of $100 for long-form videos, possibly more based on what is going to be required here. If it's shorts, $10 for one, $25 for three, $60 for seven. And if I'm given a VOD to scrub through, then it is $15 per hour of VOD to scrub through. That can be negotiated with, because I do feel as though that I should be paid for the time I'm spent not editing, in the effort to edit, and it may go down to $10. But VOD scrubbing is something that I will be charging for, and I'm going to be having to negotiate that with Snackies, because he thinks I should not be paid to just watch his stream. And I personally do not see it as being paid to watch a stream. I see it as being paid to sift through his stream to get content for him. That's work? Yes, it's easy work. Just sift through a VOD. But it's still work nonetheless. Doing work to find good content. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you guys for understanding my... for understanding my stance on this. I don't consider Snackies being an asshole in this like exchange here between him and I, but I do completely feel as though that it is an utter disconnect in terms of his expectations and mine. Like, he fully believes that I am asking to be paid to just sit and watch his stream. Whereas I say I would like to be compensated to actually find content for him. Like me searching for the right color of yarn for an amigurumi. It'd still work. Or finding reference photos for an art piece. Yeah. My friend was looking for an editor. Ooh, Neo. If you get me in touch with that friend... Oh, I'm gonna appreciate you so much. Because I did the math here. Assuming I am only ever hired for long-form videos, I need to be doing 8 projects a month to be matching what I am making on my bare minimum with Uber Eats. And then, obviously, adjust that accordingly for how many orders of shorts that I am being given to do. And honestly, I'm even fine with going down to like $600 a month via getting work. Because I'm already spending $200 on gas and just whatever I fucking feel like when I'm done with a shift at Uber Eats. So it's ultimately like I'm getting paid $600. Anyways. Like, if I can get that amount per month via editing, I don't have to do Uber Eats anymore. And I can just be like, oh, well, I don't have any work right now. I guess I'll do a little bit of Uber Eats for a little bit of extra money. Yeah. Welcome back, Liam. I don't know how much you heard, but I just want to get your gauge on this as well. Do you feel as though that it is fair for me to charge some amount of money to scrub through a VOD in order to make videos for someone? Like, here's the thing. She's disabled and wants to edit her VODs, but can't do it easily anymore. But money's tight. I'd have to convince her to let me take care of the money side of things. That is incredibly fucking kind of you, Neo. Holy shit. That is genuinely a super, super fucking kind thing. Goodness.
Normally, the entity would easily be able to dodge such retaliation, but...
Yeah, and then this is where he specifically wants the dice rolling thing to happen. Turn off retime controls. She's my bestie. You are being a good friend in that case. You're being a very good friend.
Well, we've all been there.
And then we continue that on.
But well, we've all been there.
Okay, you know what? It actually, picking back up on the slow-mo after being freeze-framed, actually kind of works a little bit there. I'm down for that. Plus, then it helps two friends. Hell yeah, brother. Because, yeah, legitimately, seriously, like, at the very least, I'm not feeling like my anger is gonna is not gonna put me in a car crash, like how when I was doing DoorDash. Because DoorDash actually legitimately was like, I don't know if it actually was contributing to my balding, but it fucking felt like it was contributing to my balding with how fucking stressed and angry it was making me. Uber Eats is not that bad, but it's still pretty fucking bad. Like, for anybody who doesn't know, I'm gonna rant about Uber Eats on stream again for anybody who hasn't heard. So, Uber Eats, they have a rewards program of silver, gold, platinum, diamond. Diamond is fucking impossible to do unless you actually legitimately do 8-hour-a-day like, if you do actual 40-hour work weeks just doing Uber Eats deliveries, that is the only way you're getting diamond. So I typically end up in platinum. And the requirements to be in platinum status are to have a 50% acceptance rating. Meaning whenever the app says, ding, 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 here's an order you can say yes to, I have to say yes to at least half of them. And I can only cancel 5% of them. And I also have to have 92% satisfaction rating. And one thing about satisfaction rating on Uber Eats is that people typically don't actually put in whatever it is that contributes to your satisfaction rating. So, because of one bad incident, I went from 100% satisfaction rating to 94, and 92 is what I need to stay in platinum. Now, why do I want to stay in platinum, you may ask? It is because in platinum, first of all, I get to ignore their scheduling function. There is a feature they have called the planner, which is basically scheduling, where you set what hours on what days you are going to be working. They don't hold you to it or anything in there, it's just more like you're reserving a time slot and everything. And if you're silver, you gotta wait like a week ahead, and you're not even gonna get all of the time slots that you may want. If you're gold, you get it a couple of days ahead, and all time slots are available to you. So at minimum, I want to be in gold, because it's not that much of a hassle to use the planner. But I generally don't want to do it. And in platinum, you get to ignore this. You completely get to ignore the planner, and you can just go whenever you want. That is already something that I generally like. I work the same hours every single work day, regardless, so it's not like it matters too much for me to be, like, controlling when, but, you know, but the times where this has gone wrong is when I have gone below the requirements to stay in platinum, and then I get dropped down into gold. And because I am in the middle of the work week, and I am now in gold, and I don't have the ability to just go take my shift at the hours I normally would, I just have to skip a day, or 2 days, or hell, maybe even 3 days, depending on when this happens. Meaning I lose out on a fuck ton of money. And that is a major problem. That already fucking sucks. Now, what what statistic of mine was bad enough to be dropped from platinum to gold? My acceptance rating. Because Uber Eats, for some fucking reason, looks at me and my platinum status and their quote-unquote preferred offers, which they will let you know is a preferred order because of the little platinum symbol they have on the app. Those orders are very, very often going to be, hey, fuckhead, drive 30 miles, and you're not going to get a tip. Or if you are going to get a tip, it's like $6, and your net pay is going to be $8. Now, why am I getting orders that are 30 miles away, and I'm only getting tipped, and I'm only getting paid $8 total? I've actually learned this. A lot of the time, how many of you, one in chat, be it Twitch or YouTube, if you guys, whenever you order food, you typically resort to the restaurant's primary website instead of any delivery service. One in chat if you do that. Regardless, though, a lot of people do that. They go to a restaurant's primary website instead to order their food, as opposed to Uber Eats or DoorDash. And so, for whatever fucking reason, Uber Eats specifically will take that order you have there. Because even if you may select a location via a restaurant's website, Uber Eats will not give a shit about that half the time, or more. And they will instead choose a restaurant of that chain, and they will pick a different location that is across the entire goddamn fucking city for no goddamn reason. And then they stick me with that order. And obviously, the customer doesn't think that they're ordering from 30 miles away. They think they're ordering from 5 miles away. So of course they're going to be only tipping like $3 to $6. That's reasonable. That makes sense. And of course, I'm not going to say yes to getting paid $8 to drive 30 miles. Because why the fuck would I? That explains why people get stuff cold sometimes? Yes, actually. That's part of the reason. That's part of it. And here's the thing. They also have a pay by the hour option. So if I'm in the situation where they very frequently am giving me these orders to where I have to drive 30 miles, why not get paid by the hour? Oftentimes, the rates do say you'll get paid $16.50 an hour. That sounds like great rates, doesn't it? Well, here's the catch. That $16.50 an hour I'm getting paid is only while I'm in the middle of doing a delivery. It does not count the time I am signed in on my shift and looking for deliveries. And also, when you do pay by the hour, you are not given even silver status priority on orders. You are specifically being given the bottom of the barrel shit ass orders, and it actually took me, when I tried this, 30 minutes to finally get an order after my very first one of the day. So I ended up only doing 3 orders that day, and none of them took me an hour to do. So where I would normally be making $50 that day, which is my goal, I made only 30. So what Uber Eats does is that they give people who are doing pay by the offer jobs that are only good if you do pay by the hour. But if you do pay by the hour, they don't give you any jobs at all. And all the while, these jobs that they could be giving you are ones where the customer is not even expecting to be ordering from someplace that's 30 miles away or something like that. And so, because I do pay by the offer, I say no to about 80% of these offers given to me, which means my acceptance rating tanks below 50%, putting me at gold, which is why on some weeks when I hit gold in the middle of it, I then lose 2 to 3 days of work because I can't use the fucking planner. I already disliked delivery apps, and now I really dislike them. Yes, it is, and it's really fucking bad. But even with it being that bad, and me mauling about this, it's still better than DoorDash. Because while maybe DoorDash has not given me orders that are drive 30 miles for $8, what DoorDash has instead done is that they don't give me orders very frequently, because here's another thing that Uber Eats does that's actually good. When you're like in the latter half of doing an order, it could be you're driving to the house that you're delivering to. It could be that you're in the middle of dropping it off. Hell, maybe as soon as you pick up the order. At some point in the latter half of doing a delivery, while you're on doing pay by the offer, Uber Eats will be doing its fucking damnedest to get you an order to work on, to keep the ball rolling, which is why I even tried pay by the hour, because I was like, oh, well, if they're going to be wanting to keep the ball rolling and keep me on an order, that's great. The 3 to 4 hours I work will always be getting me paid. And that's when I learned they don't treat you the same on that. DoorDash doesn't do either of those things. It does give you priority orders based off of its tier system, which it does have, but it does, but it waits. The average interval of time I had to wait while working with DoorDash is about 5 to 10 minutes between orders. And of those orders, sometimes I did have to say no to them, because while they may not have been $8 for 30 miles, they were typically like $3 for 6 miles. And I do not want to get paid 50 cents a mile. I want to get paid a minimum of $1 per mile. So I have to say no to those. But DoorDash, its acceptance rating is that for you to be in the good graces of it is 70%, meaning you have to say yes to a whole fuck ton more garbage orders on DoorDash than you do on Uber Eats. And DoorDash has no benefits. Uber Eats, at the very least, when you hit gold, when you hit platinum, they give you a year-long Costco Gold membership for fucking free. And they have so many more benefits that I'm not using because I don't care, but they have it. DoorDash has none of that. And Uber Eats, the app actually fucking works. DoorDash, the app doesn't fucking work. Thank you for the hydrate pitch. I will cash that in. 1 second. Gotta get a fresh gallon of water here, so yeah. But yeah, with DoorDash, there are times to where I had to either pick up or drop off in an area to where there was no internet on my phone. There was cell service, but no internet. Why is there no internet, but there is cell service? You fucking got me, Chief. AT&T is an internet service denier, and I will hold to that fact for the rest of my goddamn fucking life. But that's besides the point. That is besides the point. There were times where I just was in an area to where my phone didn't have internet. And the DoorDash app actually does just fucking kill itself when you have no internet. Because it needs to grab information from the server for every single new page of the app you are on. There's a unique page for navigating to a restaurant. There is a unique page for picking up the order. There is a unique page for confirming the order. There's a unique page for delivering to your customer. There's a unique page for dropping it off. There's a unique page for the post drop off to say like, I left it here. Go look at that. And every single time, it has to pull information from the server in order to get that information. And if I don't have internet, it can't do that. And normally, it would already be bad enough if it just simply didn't load and I was gonna be having a headache. It would already be bad enough with that. But then the app is so ineptly fucking made that it actually just stops loading altogether. Not a single function on the app works at all, and I have to restart my phone in an area that actually does have internet. I cannot restart my phone in those areas that don't have internet. I could possibly have to drive 5 miles out of the strip, because sometimes I have to deliver to the strip that finally has fucking internet. And then I have to restart my phone to then call support and tell them, hey, I finished this order. Can you please mark it as complete for me? Because I can't take a fucking photo of it. And then I have to go through the fucking stupid AI chatbot shit half the time, which is 90% of the time on Uber Eats! Strip like Vegas? Yes, I live in Vegas, and I fucking hate the strip. I loathe it. It is one of the worst places to ever fucking be. Why? Because there's no parking. And if there is parking, you have to pay for parking. And if you don't want to pay for parking, then you can't go anywhere. There's too many fucking pedestrians, the places are too big, they're confusing, and then and oftentimes, as a delivery person, I have to go underground to where there's no cell service or internet, meaning I can't do my fucking job. And then I go into the hotels, and people are asking me to deliver to the 10th floor, and find a room in a goddamn fucking maze. And you know what? By the time that happens, I will have wasted half an hour just navigating this hotel, and it's not fucking worth it. No fun, yeah. So yeah, I think I just spent 20 minutes ranting about DoorDash and Uber Eats. And now you guys have once again, well, for some people once again, for some other people, have freshly heard why I want out of this. And now you may be saying, Lucky, why don't you apply for another type of job? And anything there. Simple. Not a single place is fucking hiring. If they say they're hiring, they're actually not. And if they actually are hiring, it's some place that I know is gonna give me a fucking mental breakdown. I know this to be fucking true. Now we know why we gotta get you more editing work. Yeah. This is why I have been pushing so goddamn fucking hard. Trying to, like, ask every streamer I personally know if they need an editor to, like, do searches on Twitter and on Blue Sky to see if they need video editors. Blue Sky was of no help, especially. Twitter, at the very least, was help, but none of it seemed good for me. That's why I have been trying to promote my VGen. That is why I am... Like, that's why I'm trying to do my absolute fucking best here. Like, I will take this burden of doing many editing jobs just so I don't have to worry about the fucking job market, and I can also get out of this fucking nightmarescape that is Uber Eats. This is why I preferred working overnight. Total of 2 or 3 hours of customers max in an 8-hour shift. I know, but I will at the very least self-report here and say that I am the type of doesn't like working type person to where I cannot do a straight 8-hour shift in a normal job. That is part of why I feel like I would have a mental breakdown if I tried and do an 8-hour, like an actual full-time job. And at that point, I know that's on me. I know that's on me, and if people want to criticize me for that, they are welcome to. I also know who I am, and I don't want to have a fucking mental breakdown. Is why I'm struggling to find a new library job after moving, which is why I'm not streaming as much. Not everyone is built for that. Everyone works different. Yeah, like... yeah, like, I even tried part-time, and I feel like if I never had my ACL surgery when in 2018, I would actually still be working... I could have been working at Chipotle for another 2 to 3 years. Who fucking knows? Who knows? But that is a bygone era, and I don't know how that could have happened. But I do know that from working at Smith's, and for Chipotle, and shit like that, I know for a goddamn fact I could not handle a full-time job at them. And if someone is gonna tell me that I'm gonna crash and burn and I don't belong in the society, sure, have that opinion, buddy. That's why I'm trying to work in my own special way here. And honestly, fucking, like, when I started making my own YouTube videos again last year, I was like, damn, why have I not considered just being an editor for all these fucking years? I enjoy doing it. I feel like I can be very creative with it, and editing is something that typically is always going to be in demand, be it privately or commercially. So why not do that? And that's why that realization I had back in June of last year, and that's why I'm trying my damnedest to actually do that. And that's why we're having this stream tonight, so that way I can get this work done, and then I can keep making my own content to push out, so that way people can come watch me, and I can then start making money off of Twitch and on YouTube, and I can just do all this full time, because I actually enjoy this. It's gonna be a little bit tiresome here and there, and I may have to find some method that isn't just caffeine to keep me focused, but yeah. Sorry for distracting you. Oh, no. I always relish in venting to people about how much I fucking hate doing Uber Eats. I relish in that every single opportunity. Bro, I damn near had a heart attack. My computer suddenly turned off and wouldn't turn back on. I thought the thing fucking died on me again, but it turned out it was a tripped breaker that cut the power from outlets in new rooms. Well, good to know that your computer didn't break. 'Cause the market is so fucking bad, I don't feel like anybody's getting new PCs for about 5 years. Or hopefully at the very longest 1 year, if the AI industry collapses as much as we hope it is. Also still within warranty, but still, yeah, no, like, that is genuinely terrifying. I would be catatonic if I were in that situation there. I would fucking break down. I would have a breakdown. Scared for getting computer upgrades anytime soon. Yep. Like I was even considering buying myself another SSD card so that way I can install more games, because I'm actually struggling to find the space for Monster Hunter Wilds right now. But SSDs among other computer parts are not going to be purchasable for a while. So glad I got my new computer before all this shit went down. Yeah, and that's why I'm really fucking hoping that the AI industry collapses this year. So that way, these companies that make these products can come to their fucking senses and actually allow this shit to be friendly to be purchased by consumers again. Thinking of turning my old laptop into servers? That's a smart idea. That's a smart idea. That happened to my last computer. I didn't even have the thing for a year, and the motherboard fucking fried on me. Oh, that's bad. Oh, shit. Ugh. Yeah, I think all of us are now just holding on for fucking dear life to our current PCs. That's how I learned cyberpowered PCs are terrible. Yeah, no, they are. My first fully built PC was a cyberpowered PC from Best Buy in 2014. It was fucking awful. It sucked. I hated it. The bubble's gonna pop soon. It's starting to happen already. It is! That's why I want it to happen as quickly. That's why I want it to happen as quickly as it looks like. You got yours from Best Buy too? Oh yeah, let me tell you the story about my very first PC. I'm gonna be real, I ain't reading all that. Sorry that happened, or good for you. I'm kidding. Yeah, delivery sucks. It's so fucking awful, dude. But, yeah, the story of how I got my very first PC was I had a gaming laptop for all of my tween life. Like, from 9 years old to... Yeah, from 9 years old to 14, I had a gaming laptop. And it served me well. It served me goddamn fucking well. If you go on my YouTube channel and you look at my Dark Souls 2 videos, those were recorded on a fucking gaming laptop, and my blue snowball was on my fucking bed beside me, because I played on my goddamn bed. And that shit served me well for 5 years. And then for my birthday in 2014, I asked my grandpa, can I have a gaming PC? And he said sure. So we went to Best Buy and to get a pre-built PC, because not a single fucking member of my family knew how to build a gaming PC. My dad knew how to build regular computers, but he didn't know about gaming PCs. And we were going to just defer to the experts on gaming PCs at Best Buy. Like a teen talking on the phone, kicking your legs up. No, not even that. Like, I sat crisscross applesauce, shrimping like fucking crazy, playing Dark Souls 2 and recording it with fucking fraps, mind you. But yeah, so we went to Best Buy in 2014 for Christmas and my birthday because, you know, a week between each other. Your spine? Yeah, no, it was bad. I did not treat myself well as a teen, but regardless. And so we look around, and Best Buy tries to show us, you know, like some cheap options. The PC that we got was a cyber-powered PC that cost $500. And that thing, I mean, it worked. It worked for a good quarter of fraps. I feel old. You should. But yeah, that thing worked for a good, like, I think, I think it worked for a good 3 to 4 years. So, like, it lasted all of my high school life. No problems. I played plenty of games on that. I had a good time. But then, the problems started to come up. Performance started to go down. Memory started to be a problem. And my hard drive was a disk drive. And every single time I booted up my PC, the hard drive was so fucking wrecked that, like, it could be heard from outside my room, the of the hard drive doing whatever the fuck it was doing. Probably fucking dying. And I was sick and fucking tired of it. So, I started saving money. Because I'm a spoiled, rotten fucking child, and my grandpa gave me $100 a week because he worked for Area 51 as far as my family believes, and he was swimming in money, so he felt giving me $100 a week was perfectly fine. I know, I'm spoiled rotten. I don't need to be told this. And I then also got my job at Chipotle, and I pulled this money together, and then I got the stimulus check during COVID, and I used all of that money to buy all the components that are now in my current PC. That's the story of how it all was. Hard disk drives are nice for art people. SSDs are where it's at for anyone else. Can your grandpa adopt me? God damn. Well, he's retired now, and he's not making any more money. He is being given $3,000 a month. He's being given $3,000 a month due to his retirement fund, and a good amount. And I don't know how much of that is being spent on his bills and his credit card stuff. But he is A-O-fucking-K with using his credit card, if it really comes down to it. And the man fucking deserves a retirement. I think he's like 75 years old now. He deserves to be retired. Like, he's not making enough money to spoil me and my brother's rotten anymore. But it's fine. I am taking efforts to be self-sufficient. Can your grandpa adopt me a decade or two ago? Goddamn. Oh, no. I've told this story as well. Hey, it's the lucky Just Chatting stream, I guess. Bro, my grandpa is the man who taught me the definition of generosity. That man is the most fucking generous man I have ever had the pleasure of having in my life. Fucking, I was so into Yu-Gi-Oh! As a kid. And I was watching Yu-Gi-Oh! 5Ds Saturday mornings. And I was watching the Dark Signer arc. Fucking Kalin, I remember that. Like, Yusei's friend that turned into a Dark Signer. pulled out Earthbound Immortal Kokapakapu. And he killed, and he fucking beat Yusei. And it was fucking brutal. And I'm like, oh my god, that card is so fucking awesome. Yu-Gi-Oh! Card games on motorcycles? Yes, and I like Yu-Gi-Oh! 5Ds. It's very cool. But, yeah. I saw that episode and it's like so damn brutal. And then I see in my local Walmart that the current set that was being released for Yu-Gi-Oh! Had Earthbound Immortal Kokapakapu on the cover. I don't know the character, I didn't watch it. I think it's worth it. Thank you, Neo. Man, I saw that, like, super scary, super powerful card I saw in the anime on the cover of this new set of Yu-Gi-Oh! Cards. And so, I beg and I plead my grandpa to let me buy all of the packs there. It totaled out to $120. I don't know the quality of a lot of what I got there, but I got a Ghost Rare Black Rose Dragon, which, when last I told this story, is going for $500 on any given site. And you know what I did with that card? I traded it away to some 21-year-old guy when I was 12 because he had a fucking proxied card of Stardust Dragon that was an anime girl. He saw my Ghost Rare, and he knew he could take advantage of this dumbass 12-year-old that was just starting to become horny and wanted that anime girl Stardust Dragon. And dumbass me traded it away. It's a really... Bro fucking stole that from you and said he took advantage of it. He took advantage of a dumbass 12-year-old. Yeah. And also, here's another story on how my grandpa is the most generous man in the world. Every single fucking time he went to the gas station, for whatever reason, get gas, get cigarettes, didn't matter. I wanted to leave the house and I wanted to go with him. And the gas station sold gift cards. $20 gift cards to Wizard 101. Y'all remember Wizard 101? Good times, right? This was back in 2010. Or something like that. Every single goddamn fucking time I ever went out with him and I saw a Wizard 101 gift card, I always grabbed 2. And I begged and pleaded for him to buy them for me. And he did. Every single fucking time. I have, as a spoiled rotten child, siphoned probably at minimum $5,000 for my grandpa. And that's in 2010, and that's in like 2008 to 2012 money. That, with inflation, is so much fucking money nowadays. I know an easy-ass wish would be to have $1 billion, or whatever the fuck, tax-free. But if I was to be given a low-stakes, low-investment, like, mundane wish, it would be that the money that I forced my grandpa to spend on all this was returned to him, and then he could make the decision on whether or not I should still have it. Because he deserves to have some money of his own, but he may also be like, hey, I was there to make you happy. So, whatever decision he makes is what the decision he makes. But that's why I am always eager to try and pay him back with like, oh, it's your birthday, do you want me to make anything for you? Oh, it's the holidays, do you want me to make anything? Oh yeah, do you want me to bring anything for you? Like, I'm always so eager to pay him back, and he's always a very generous, very humble guy, and he always declines. And I fucking love him. My grandpa is a big contributor of who I am today. So yeah. Hope you guys enjoyed my ranting and my stories. Regardless though, okay, pre-rolls are still a ways away, and I now need to pee. So I think I'm gonna just be right back as I go pee, and then we'll finally get back to the editing I need to do. Stories and rants are fun. Yeah, I'm probably gonna at least turn the fucking DoorDash one into a video, maybe. Who knows? It's more work, but we'll see. Either way, I'll be right back. I gotta pee. Alright, the piss has exited my body. And gave me time to do stuff for your VGen. Thank you, Pitch. Thank you very much, I appreciate it. Part of the reason why I am actually pushing for people to go to my VGen specifically is because VGen works a lot off of discovery and everything. VGen is a lot like, you know, like Twitter and gotta get verified. Yes, and the way... Okay, well, I'll hit snooze on these ads here. So the way verification works on VGen... Let me pull this up. Snoozing these ads so that way we can have this conversation without having to worry about anything. Didn't let me make a creator account? Yes, you cannot make a creator account normally on VGen. You make a normal account, and then via some metric, you either do their little weekly code giveaway stuff on Twitter, or you get another VGen creator to give you an invite code. You then use this code to turn your account into a creator account. I already have done that because I got lucky on their weekly Twitter thingy. But yeah, let's see here. Quests? Yeah, get verified. Yeah, there we go. So, here is how VGen works. I have already personalized my profile. I have opened up my commissions, and to earn my badge, unlock unlimited services and showcases, invites, priority discovery, and more. The priority discovery is the important thing here. I need to have 10 followers, so please, if you are able to just make an account on VGen to treat it as social media, please do go ahead and follow me there. I do need that. I need to have earned $100 in the last 30 days, which I will be able to do once I finish this commission here. And I need to have done I need to have received 3 commission reviews from different clients, which I hope this person I am working for here will provide, and anybody else who does so will provide that. And I need a 4.6 artist rating or higher. Oh, shit. Sophia's theme from Final Fantasy XIV. I fucking love this track. Are there any other notifications? Okay, no, that's clear. But yeah, so that is what I need for VGen. What's happening was being irresponsible. Pitch said that she was going to be helping me out on VGen, and I was pointing out what I needed in order to get verified, which gives me priority discovery. I need 10 followers, I need to have earned $100, I need to have received 3 commission reviews, and I need to have a 4.6 artist rating or higher in order to get verified, and therefore get put into the algorithm better. And the more I do, the more reviews I get, the more I get put into the algorithm anyways. What's VGen? VGen, think of it like, it's a combination of like an art platform, kind of like Skeb or Pixiv, but it also doubles as a business facility for creatives to sell their services or products. Like, it is the place to go for VTubers, Safe Commission website for creatives. Yes. But it also does double as, like a portfolio site, kind of like Skeb and DeviantArt and stuff. Mostly safe, yeah. So, it's a proper place to commission art, no AI. Exactly. Which is nice. So, even if you guys don't actually intend to use VGen at all, just making an account and then following me is already a pretty good measurement of helping me out. Mostly there have been some bad accounts, but the moment they get found, they get deleted, which is very good. Also sent. Oh wait, did you actually send in a commission? You did. Okay. I don't. Do you care if I show this on stream, Pitch? Like, looking at what it is that you are commissioning me for? I just want to make sure. It's fine. Super scuff though. That's fine. So what are you looking for? Looking for 5 shorts to be made. Monetized content. You have provided a Twitch VOD. I am allowed to stream it. Never commissioned editing before. Make fun shorts for my YouTube. It's not monetized yet. Okay. Yeah, so you're wanting 5. Normally the intervals I have done for the pricing is 1, 3, 7, but I can work out some math there. Yeah, you've already given me that. And the turnaround is about 2 weeks, depending on everything there. All right, I will work out sending you the invoice after the stream. So let me just get these T accounts done. Considering my background witnessing the trans community, I thought you were talking about testosterone accounts for a second, but I wanted to send my Nikkei VODs, but those didn't save properly. Ah, okay. Don't worry about deadlines. That was an auto put in. Yeah, that's because VGen, when you're setting up commissions, they need you to put in a turnaround time so that the customer knows how long to expect. My long-form video turnaround rate is a month, but I'm specifically working harder to get this one done quickly. To get a better review, and also because I have a shit ton of my own work I need to get back to. At the very least with shorts, it's really quick. It's at the very least really, really quick to get through. Can also swap that to 7 if that works better, since you said 1, 3, 7. I mean, it's just a little bit more math on my front there. The reason I do it at 1, 3, 7 is because obviously some people may want 1. 3 is a typically socially rounded number for people to ask for, and there's the ads. you can account for transitioning stuff. Yeah. I'm learning. Yeah, I don't know if the odds have hit you that hard there, Pitch, but yeah. I'm gonna give it a second, just in case you got like a 15-second ad or something. Credit, debit, testosterone. No ads for me? Oh, nice. Okay. So yeah. One is typically what people, like, may ask for. Like, hey, I would like one short from you, good sir. And I'd be like, sure, $10, please. What the fuck is a female hormone? Estrogen. $3 feels like a socially acceptable, like, oh, I kind of want to see what this editor can do for me, type thing there. And, like, I figured that would be good. And $7 is, like a week's worth of shorts. And the reason I went for the value I did there was because the very first bit of editing job I did was for Snackies, where he said, I will pay you $50 for a week's worth of shorts. And I didn't know how much, much those rates would be. I was about to even say testosterone. But yeah, he offered $50, and I'm like, I don't know how much that's worth, but I mean, it's not that hard to make shorts, so yeah, okay. And then I bumped up to 60 on my VGen here. Because it falls more in line with, like doing the incremental $5 increasing discount. Like $3 is $5 off. Six of them would be normally 10, but we put that at 7, so you're getting more value technically. And also because, like, I feel like I could get a little bit more money out of it. Now, is HRT an asset, liability, or equity? Considering the stories that I have, the stories I have read and everything there, I would put it under a liability. But that is a whole other topic that I do not want to get into, 'cause yeah, if I was already walking on thin ice with what I said in Snacky stream yesterday, I'm gonna be walking on like razor hairs if I were to actually keep up with that. And it's all for the worrying about misunderstandings. Regardless, though, yeah, Pitch, if you want it to be 7, you can make it 7. 5 is also perfectly fine there. Liability because everyone has an opinion. Yeah. I mean, it's mainly off of the stories that I personally read because, for those that don't know, back in 2019, before COVID happened, he made his accounting student Lucky thought he had meant testosterone accounts earlier. Yeah. But yeah, a fun little story about me. Back in 2019, before COVID hit, I was incredibly fucking depressed. I hated the way I looked, I hated the way I felt, I hated the way my life was going, and I also liked a lot of feminine things as a kid. So through a combination of trickling in information from the internet and these things together, I thought I was transgender. Hell, I even came out to my parents as transgender in 2019. And before COVID hit, I even dressed up as a woman. I got laser hair removal and everything. I went so fucking gung-ho on working out and getting slim and everything. I went the whole fucking 9 yards. I even spent like a good $1,200. Of course, my grandpa's money because he's the fucking goat. Getting voice training. But then after I, became more fit, took better care of my appearance and everything there, I came to the realization that I was not transgender. I was just simply depressed. And I needed to improve my life. And so I did. And then I was no longer depressed. And the transgender thing was just a weird phase in my life. And I am perfectly fine talking about this. Hell, I even, for a time, got my friends to call me Diana, because that was the name I chose for myself during that time. And the reason for that is because, well, the lore of my VTuber is that I am a moon elf, because I love the moon. And Diana is a name associated with Artemis, who's the goddess, who is a goddess with ties to the moon in Greek mythology. That happens, we all do things to discover who we are. Yeah. I don't really feel ashamed. Roman version of Artemis. Yes, Roman. Yeah. That's why I chose that. And I even was, like, really training my voice. I can't do a good girl voice anymore. I mean, it wasn't even really good to begin with. VGen thing done. Thank you very much, good sir. All you need to do is just, follow me. Which you can just go to one of my, videos and find that. I maybe took Latin for... Cool. Took Latin for 4 years? Damn, okay, you're better than me, Pitch. You're better than me. As part of, learning about other pagan cultures and everything there, I have learned a tiny little bit of Greek. But it's like, I just know, like, how alpha is spelled, and, shit like that. You say nerd, I say incredibly cool person. Look, Latin is a major language. That's really cool. That is genuinely really, really cool. Like, the best I have learned when it comes to other languages is, like, a couple of things about Gaelic, a little bit of the Futhark runes, and the tiniest little bit of Greek. The fact that you spent 4 years learning Latin is hella fucking impressive. Genuinely. You can Gaelic? I'm too tired to make the joke. Look, it was already made between Pico and Cleo, alright? They already made that joke together. As a language person, I think it's super neat when people do that. I did German and Japanese in high school. I wish there was Japanese classes in my high school. Considering I was getting into anime in high school, I would have probably actually wanted to learn Japanese. Languages in general are just fun. We all are cool. Hell yeah. Which, by the way, bringing it back to what I was talking about with Undead Unluck, I've already voiced my criticisms of the show on the Rogue Trader stream with Argent this week. You can go watch that to hear my full thing. But, holy fucking shit. Pitch. I would love to hear what you think about Undead Unluck if you get the chance to watch it. Which you should. It's a fun show. I went on to not remember most of German and I kept learning Japanese. See, nowadays, even though I watch a lot of animes, plenty of anime subbed, I would probably want to learn German more, cause I just like German. Do you recommend sub or dub? Dub. I personally recommend dub for Undead Unluck, because you know the voice actors for Anise and Nikke? She voices one of the characters in Undead Unluck, English. That alone, I think, is already good enough. But I prefer sub? Fair. Also, Alex Lee, you know, like, one of the most prolific VAs of the current generation. He's also voicing it. I can watch while crocheting. Can't multitask while reading sub. Yeah, I think Undead Unluck is very, very fun, and the dub is pretty good. Actually, Nara, since you watched sub for Undead Unluck, were they at, like, when the language thing happened, were all of the Japanese voice actors speaking English or English? Or were they still just speaking Japanese and treating it like they were speaking English? English? Yes. Oh, okay. Good detail. Good detail at the very least. Good detail at the very least. That was most certainly lost in the dub, I will say. Okay. Obviously, we are free to keep talking about whatever, but I think it's about time I start putting some more work back in. Oh my gosh. That was a hell of a burp.
Her turn, lashing out from within the fog with a spell of her own, Aqueous Orb.
Okay, yeah, we don't need this to be super slow. We need it to be like, I don't know, maybe like 80%.
Out from within the spell of her own.
Yeah, we need it to reach here. Okay. Screen, we still on VGen? Oh shit, I didn't realize. Oopsie! I did not realize. There we go. I don't know how they did it in Undead, but in a few older languages, whenever someone was speaking an accent, the dub was just to say they were US Southern, which is hilarious. Kind of like Taiki's shuttle in Uma Musume.
But as soon as it does, she retaliates on her turn, lashing out from within the fog with a spell of her own.
Okay, we want it to... Okay. We want it to be just a little bit slower. Just a tiny, tiny bit. Reason that specifically is typically people when... Yeah, they're speaking with a Kansai accent. Which, by the way, I cannot fucking hear the difference in the Kansai accent and whatever other Japanese... well, Kansai dialect. I cannot fucking hear the difference in the Kansai dialect when I hear people speaking Japanese from there with characters that are not from Kansai. I cannot hear the difference, and I wish I did. I was trying to snort out how to explain that. Oh, sort out. My bad. Which is typically a bit lazier Japanese, so there isn't a good English equivalent, but American South is closest. Fair. Kansai accent is more so in the words used over the way it is said itself, if that makes sense. Okay. Alright, that at the very least makes me feel like I'm not just simply tone deaf to Japanese dialects. And I just simply don't know the Japanese language.
Out from within the fog with a spell of her own, Aqueous Orb. Normally, the entity would easily be able to dodge such retaliation, but... well, we've all been there.
Okay. Got that.
On its turn, one would imagine that the entity would try to escape, but remember that Ina is still fighting from within.
Alright, I can find a good shot of Ina there, so... And we'll grab this again. Cut this up a little bit. Which, by the way, I have no idea how efficient or inefficient my DaVinci Resolve editing is here, but at the very least, if you are completely unfamiliar with DaVinci Resolve, by all means, ask whatever questions you may have if anybody's ever interested in using DaVinci Resolve. Because I'm so fucking happy I made the switch.
On its turn, one would imagine that the entity would try to escape. But remember that Ina is still fighting from within, and as she succeeds on her...
My trial balance don't fucking balance? I have no idea what you mean by that, but I'm sorry? Like in the aluminum versus aluminium in American versus European English sound different, but bless your heart in South does not mean... bless your heart in the South does not mean what you think it means. Yeah, it means like, oh, you're really fucking dumb, aren't you? That's what bless your heart means in the South, right? That's Kansai? Yeah. Yeah, okay. We want to go pretty far back and grab that initial shot. Well, actually, I just saw a shot of Ina here. Will this be good? No, okay. That does not work. You can tell I'm getting sleep. I'm struggling to type. And hey, at least I can be here to give you entertainment throughout that time. Oh, okay. We want to go to that white flash transition. If someone was to say Daya, and someone with a Kansaiben was also to say it, they would say it closer to Yanen. Okay. I have no idea if I said that correctly in any sort of way, but I can only hope. Okay. Pretty well? Cool.
On its turn, one would imagine that the entity would try to escape, but remember that Ina is still fighting from within. And as she succeeds on her will save,
Kansai dialects are also typically a bit faster and more melodic, which is why it comes off sounding a bit more lazy. Yeah, I've not caught that. Were you using Premiere before? Gods, no. I would never fucking use an Adobe product other than their fucking PDF reader, which is actually free. I was using Movie Studio Platinum 16. That fucking piece of garbage. Which I hope I uninstalled. Did I uninstall it? I at the very least don't see it on my home screen anymore. Oh lord. Yeah. Yeah, no. Fucking... My goddamn initial I gotta talk about Nikke video was made on the same fucking program I made my first Dark Souls 2 videos with. I'm curious what program you're using, Loki. I'm using DaVinci Resolve. OG Sony Vegas? I have no idea how good it is. No idea. Movie Studio Platinum is modeled after Sony Vegas, and it's fucking garbage. But I'm using DaVinci Resolve here. It is the most comprehensive video editing software out there that you can get for free and is actually used in professional contexts. Which is insane. OG was decent, but my computer couldn't handle it. Okay. I don't even use Adobe for PDF. Fuck Adobe. Yeah. I mean, like, the only reason I use their PDF reader is because it was the very first one I ever fucking encountered, and it's free. Vegas isn't bad, as I understand it, though. This is why my knowledge from a billion years ago. Render time was 4 hours for a 5-minute video. Yeah, no, that's really fucking bad. Honestly, the biggest... like, the two big reasons why I was fucking done with Movie Studio Platinum was because... almost like clockwork. Every 10 minutes, in a video that was not 5 minutes, that was, like, longer than 5 minutes, the program would crash. So I would have to habitually save every single time I did an edit. And then, when it came to finally render it, almost every single fucking time, I would have to try 10 different solutions to stop it from halting the rendering at 83% and then just, you know, like, tell me it's still rendering. I was fucking fed up with it. And then I learned about DaVinci Resolve, and I am so fucking glad I made the switch. This was in the Windows XP time. Oh, okay, well... Yikes.
On its turn, one would imagine that the entity would try to escape, but remember that Ina is still fighting from within.
We can move this to show the text a little bit more. There we go.
And as she succeeds on her will save, she keeps the entity trapped within the turbulent waters, allowing Gura enough time to launch another strike while it's entangled in her spell.
Okay, hopefully I can just fetch that from here.
On the city. The entity attempts to dispel the storm in their vicinity with calm air on its turn, But the god of seas and storms hath spoken, and it will not be overruled. Leaving the turn with...
Okay, yeah, this should hopefully line up in terms of timing pretty well. Wait, hang on, I gotta consult the notes just to make sure. With the above is spoken, we switch frames to fall up where the shark has now formed a ball of water. Cut to the frame of Gura, rearing back the trident. Okay, yeah. We should be... This should be fine.
And as she succeeds on her will save, she keeps the entity trapped within the turbulent waters, allowing Gura enough time to launch another strike while it's entangled in her spell. She uses Greater Blood Rage to grant bonuses to her strength, and in the process is able to cast a free True Strike.
Okay. Bro, one thing about 3.5 that I do wish could have been more easily designed for D&D 5e, True Strike actually being a fucking boss. Granted, 2024 did make True Strike completely different and pretty cool, but holy fucking shit.
Spell.
There's a reason True Strike 2014 gets memed on. Yes, believe me, I know full well. True Strike is so bad in 5e, it's actually hilarious. That's why they completely reworked it into something that is not even its original design. Its original design purpose.
Blood Rage to grant bonuses to her.
And we also want to splice out the...
Entangled in her
We want to cut this out.
Greater Blood Rage to grant bonus.
We'll currently just put this off to the side. See if I need it later.
Time to launch another strike while it's entangled in her spell. She uses Greater Blood Rage to grant bonuses to her strength, and in the process is able to cast a free True Strike, ensuring that her blow will land true. She focuses all of her power into an impressive improved Vital Strike, then keeps the entity away by spending a move action to push all of it into a building.
So much narration for 5 seconds of the video. Maybe I actually do keep this here.
Entangled in her spell. She uses Greater Blood Rage to grant bonuses to her strength, and in the process is able to cast a free True Strike and
What notes did you say you wanted here, man? Where the shark is informed. The above narration is accompanied by the first frame of the side view of Gura leaning back. This accompanies the Blood Rage and True Strike bits of the frame. There should also be little graphics that say plus strength con. I mean, I get that. This is what I'm currently doing for this weekend is just splicing everything up, and the edits are gonna come in later because the edits are gonna be very, very easy to do relative to trying to find out how to match the footage to the narration. Yeah. First frame side view. Okay. Oh, I got an idea. I can like have it ramp up. Like it starts with the side view. Yeah, it starts with the side view, and then we like I use speed ramp again. I can do that.
Time to launch another strike while it's entangled in her spell. Uses Greater Blood Rage to grant bonuses.
Yeah, we'll start. Okay, yeah. Well, Yeah, and then we'll put this aside.
She uses Greater Blood Rage to grant bonuses to her strength, and in the process is able to cast a free True Strike, ensuring that her blow will land true. She focuses all of her power into an impressive improved Vital Strike, then keeps the entity away by spending a move action to push all of it into a building. She ends her rage prematurely.
The game Saki is playing is the closed beta of a game they show at the Game Awards, and it's not super stable, I think. Let me quickly just open up Saki's stream. I'm not gonna pull it up on the React for my stream here, but I'm curious. Is it like a Pokemon type game? Decently robust character creator. Okay.
She focuses all her power.
Yeah, we'll just cut it there and then move this here, and then we'll use the retime controls. She has lost her skin color, eye color, and hair color at least once each already, and she's 1 hour in. That... And you said it's the closed beta? Not even alpha? Ugh. Speed ramp. Up from 0%.
She uses Greater Blood Rage to grant bonuses to her strength, and in the process is able to cast a free True Strike, ensuring
like I
that
said,
her blow will
robust.
land true. She focuses all of her power into an impressive improved Vital Strike, then keeps the entity away by spending a move.
Just not stable. Okay.
She uses...
Okay. Start off here. Make this 25.
She uses Greater Blood Rage to grant bonuses to her strength.
And then we'll make this 50.
She uses Greater Blood Rage to grant bonuses to her strength, and in the process is able to cast a free True Strike, ensuring that her blow will land true. She focuses all of her power into an impressive improved Vital Strike.
Dude, this is actually what I just had a visual. I had a visual that come to my mind that I know I could do to make this actually look pretty fucking cool. But it requires the studio version. This is where I would need to spend $300, which is very hefty. Believe me, I understand $300 is hefty, but this is also to get the full access to DaVinci Resolve in its professional context. So I think $300 is fair. It just sucks that I am in a position to where I would need to spend that if I wanted to do the edit that I wanted. Because the edit I had in mind was that we actually do freeze frame on Gura prepping the trident, and then I just leave it there for the purposes of what I'm doing tonight, and then as part of his his notes on like what edits to put in, I would actually like have her glow and like flash with the light of the spells being cast on her. That would actually be pretty cool, but I can't do that. Okay, so I think we'll just... could spoof that. Take a screenshot of her in pose. You want frozen, then glow. Might be hard, but doable. Well, I actually looked up how to do the glow in DaVinci Resolve earlier today because it was also a shot that was part of the narration was noting Callie's regeneration abilities, and I wanted to have like where her body's like got that gaping hole in it. I wanted it to glow a very light pink to like represent the magic working to regenerate her. Because she even does regenerate a little bit in that little clip. But when I looked up how to do it, the only way it looked like I could do it was only with the studio version. I have not yet found a tutorial on how to do that for the free version. And I have not yet found a plugin that can do that. Which is le problème. So the studio version is a one-time purchase or a subscription? It's a one-time purchase! A one-time purchase of $300, and then you have access to the same tools as people who make actual fucking movies. Who I can think of would make a decent amount of extra work. But if you're doing that in a still frame, I have an idea how to do it. Shoot. Go ahead. Yeah, we'll just clear the retime controls here, and then just... Hey, yo, yeah! No, DaVinci Resolve is fucking amazing, dude.
She uses greater blood rate.
Dude, just like... the fucking... just shading on this shot here. Dude, the animator was... He's the fucking goat.
Blood rage to go.
And then speed change... Return this to normal.
Greater blood.
Ease, smooth. Make that 0.
Greater blood rage.
I did not ask for it to be linear. I asked for smooth.
Blood rage to grant bonuses to her strength, and in the process is able to cast a...
So you would need probably 3 layers for it. The still frame, then 2 copies of the same frame, but cropping, so it's just Gura. I think there's something I can do in the color tab for that. I actually think there is something I can do in the color tab for that. Yeah, there's 2 ways I can there's 2 ways I can accomplish what you're trying to explain to me here. I can either do this in the color tab and have just 2 tracks that have the same thing playing, or I export a screenshot from this, and then I use a website to remove the background, and then I use that to overlay the now cropped Gura and have her glow as I see fit. Because there is an effect that is available to me for free that does let me make a glow effect, which is good. Bottom layer is the background, middle layer is Gura, and you colorize, feather, and expand, then contract Gura. Then keep untouched Gura over it so she stays untouched but gets a glowy outline. That was my idea, at least. Yeah, no, I'm picking up what you're putting down, and I'm translating that into how I know I can do what I can to make that happen. So, at the very least, it's sorted out in my brain now how I can do that, and I can continue on with the splicing. Ugh.
She uses Greater Blood Rage to grant bonuses to her strength, and in the process is able to cast a free True Strike, ensuring that her blow will land true.
Whoa, 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 whoa! Hang on there, lad! I put you at 0! What the fuck are you doing? What the fuck are you doing? Oi, 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 oi! Okay, you know what? We're just gonna fucking redo this. Brain is... I don't know that program, yeah? Just saying how I do it's still image editing software. Yeah. We're gonna try it again. I think it's is for studying tonight. Email my prof for clarification and help, and hope he gets back to me tomorrow on Monday. Exam is on Tuesday, and I'm stressed as hell. Sorry for the word dump. I'm fried. No. Brother, I fucking ranted about my job being a fucking nightmare. You get to rant about being stressed about your college courses. It's fine. Because, yeah. College fucking sucks. Okay, hang on.
She uses...
And then we cut this. Once we see Gura's head. Okay, we'll put that there, that's fine. And then cut this here. I already did that. Move this here. And then... that's the last frame. Speed will change.
She uses...
and then here...
Greater...
and then here... make that 0. You're not just gonna randomly play, right? Everyone gets fried at some point. Yeah. Why do you play? Why do you play? You should be at 0.
And in the process is able to
Why do you do this? Okay, you know what? Let's be smart. Just keep that as a... let's keep that as a fucking still. There we go. Fuck's sake.
And in the process is able to cast a free True Strike, ensuring that her blow will land true.
And it still decided to play at a certain point. Why? Why do you do this? Not understand.
Oh.
Keep you fucking frozen.
Blow will land true.
Okay. Okay. Are we good? Can I then have this actually play normally?
She focuses all of her power into an impressive improved Vital Strike, then keeps the entity away by spending a move action to push all of it into a building.
Okay. We're good. We're good. I don't know why the freeze framing was being so difficult there. But we're good. We're fine. Ah! Okay.
She ends her rage prematurely, but this will cost her 2 rounds of fatigue. A mistake that will cost her dearly.
Actually, was this dead air? I don't remember.
She ends her rage into a building.
What do your notes say? The above narrative, yeah. Come to the first room of Gura, lean back. On the sentence where we focus all her power, that'll be where the frame of her having just released a training will also feature in the dice. Nat 20. An impressive on the frame, bubble explodes. I did that. We're good. Or being moved in punctual animation this time instead of just still frames. Specifically of the animation from 308 to 310. You are specifying time codes. Inhaled some saliva. Which show the movement. Okay. By punctuated by actual animation this time. Yeah, this dude has actually wanted a lot of still frames. And I'm like, but I don't like that. There is a slight mismatch on what... There is a mismatch on what he was imagining versus what I was imagining. Because a bunch of still frames? I'm sorry, but I can't do that. Yeah, I did not remove anything here, so... You said from 308 to 310. 308 to 310. Yeah, it's the building. I think I lined that up not perfectly with what was requested, but I think I lined it up, like good enough. I think I lined it up to convey the message.
Way by spending a move action to push all of it into a building.
Okay, you know what? Just to make sure, we'll cut here. And then do that.
Improved Vital Strike, then keeps the...
Okay, I've not done much more slowing down.
She focuses all of her power into an impressive improved Vital Strike. Focuses...
And then speed change here. And then mark this one here, just to make sure.
Her power into an impressive improved... She focuses...
As soon as we see the light from the trident. Okay, right here. And then here, we're gonna slow that down to 80, I think.
Power into an impressive improved Vital Strike.
Okay, 80 was close. Let's go with 70.
Power into an impressive improved Vital Strike, then keeps the entity away by spending a move action to push all of it into a building. Strike, then keeps the entity away by spending a move action to push all of it into a building.
Okay, we do need to slow it down a little bit. Never nearly perfectly timed, yeah, nearly.
Power into an impressive improved Vital Strike.
Yeah, that's fine. So as soon as we get the frame with the buildings, we want to slow it down just a tiny bit more. Let's go with 60.
Then keeps the entity away by spending a move action to push all of it into a building.
Good. Good. That's good. And then here. And then we can cut out that dead air.
She ends her rage prematurely, but this will cost her 2 rounds of fatigue.
Please tell me this covers all of it. Nearly. Okay.
2 rounds of fatigue.
And we want to stay on her on the shot of Gura herself. Because I know the next shot is, like, Ina grabs the trident. That's good. 75% is good.
Flip it into a building. She ends her rage prematurely, but this will cost her 2 rounds of fatigue. Mistake that will cost her dearly.
I think that's a suitable dramatic pause. Yeah, okay. And then here's where we can... And then here's where we can... Yeah, we want to... Okay, that's where that starts. So we're just gonna pull this back to here as soon, like the frame right before the goop moves through.
Mistake that will cost her dearly.
Okay, we can actually... And there. There we go. Good. Good.
Of fatigue. Mistake that will cost her dearly. Mistake that will cost her dearly.
And we'll let a little bit of pause there, and then here. Is this too long of a pause? Let's see.
Mistake that will cost her dearly. The entity succeeds on its turn at the reflex save to exit the aqueous orb. It's annoyed by this, but sees an opportunity. The trident is beginning to try to return to its wielder.
How much more do I have this? So I have 8 minutes. And hey, I got through about half of it over the course of the entirety of today. And I've still got like an hour of of my normal stream duration. So yeah, we're good. We're doing good. Even with my fucking yapping.
The entity succeeds on its turn at the reflex save to exit the aqueous orb.
Yeah, we'll try and still cut down on some dead air.
The aqueous orb. It's annoyed by this, but sees...
Okay, actually, hang on. Maybe that dead air was actually good.
The aqueous orb. It's annoyed...
No, okay, I think I can just make it shorter. Not as short as I previously had it. Like... this much? You can all... Video editing is kind of like the opposite of cooking. You can always take away. You can't really add.
Orb. It's annoyed.
I may just be very anal about general conversational pacing, but that's also... But, like, I don't blame myself for that.
Orb. It's annoyed by
That's
this,
good.
but sees an opportunity.
Shady, let's consult the notes just to make sure he's not asking for any, like, specific pauses. Narration above is simple. We start with one of the frames of the trident sitting still. Then when the word beginning hits, Sort of slow-mo animation of the weapon wiggling. The word grabs should be where the hand comes into frame. Then we cut to the second to the last frame of the trident coming towards the viewer on the word throws. Okay. Oh, this is why I take caffeine, because it helps with so much focus here. Oh my god. Oh, my back. Oh, my shoulder. Okay. So this dramatic bit that I had here, we can't do it. Shame. So instead, we'll still have this here, but we'll move this here.
It's annoyed by this, but sees an opportunity. The trident is
okay. Here. Move that aside.
Mistake that will cost you dearly.
Ooh, okay, yeah, I'm cool with that.
2 rounds of fatigue. Mistake that will cost you dearly.
Yeah, that's a cool shot to have that in there. So we'll just pull you back, pull you back, pull you back. Oh yeah, hang on. We want to make this the ending frame of that. There we go.
The entity succeeds on its turn at the reef.
And then move you here, bring you back here.
This, but sees opportunity.
Gura. Trident.
The entity succeeds on its turn at the...
Okay, so exactly what did you say again? Start on the frames, Trident's sitting still. Then when the word beginning hits, we start a slow-mo of the animation of the weapon wiggling. Let's see if that will even...
The entity succeeds on its turn at the reef.
Okay, so here's a simple thing. Okay, we'll just copy this, paste it over, for future reference, and then here, then boom, get rid of that, put that here. And then... Ooh. Ah, whoa, that is madness.
He succeeds on it.
Okay, that's the freeze frame one. Okay, let's see here. When the word beginning hits, we start a slow-mo of the animation of the weapon wiggling. I don't think we need the slow-mo, but we'll see.
Entity succeeds on its turn at the reflex save to exit the aqueous orb.
Okay.
It's annoyed by this, but sees an opportunity. The trident is beginning...
Okay, I'm gonna put it where he says the trident.
opportunity. The trident.
That's a bit too much I cut off there.
The trident sees an opportunity. The trident is beginning to try.
I still cut off too much. Okay. That's good.
An opportunity. The trident is
Okay, that's a natural pause. Ah. Oh, is Saki done? I saw her at the top of my Twitch thing there. And I saw that she's no longer online.
exit the aqueous orb. It's annoyed by this, but sees an opportunity.
Do you have any frames of the trident sitting there? Swap to Overwatch 2. Of course. Could have been playing DK. Okay, what can I grab? What can I grab to convey this way fucking better? Yeah, no, like this just looks way cooler than just leaving it as a still frame.
Of opportunity due to movement from this turn.
Okay, like. Like, that is a way cooler thing to show for when we're saying that the entity is annoyed. And we only need it to be...
The trident.
Yeah, we only need it to be like 90%. 90% speed. Okay, 85? 80. There we go. Oh, hell yeah, Gates of the Moon.
Exit the aqueous orb. It's annoyed by this, but sees an opportunity.
Gonna have an ad break in a minute and a half for those of you on Twitch.
The trident is beginning to try to return to its wielder, and it decides to help the weapon along.
Oh, alright. You wrote a good line there. You wrote a good line there. Genuinely, like that's one I would like to write. The word grabs should be where the hand comes into frame. We cut to the last. On the word throws.
The trident is beginning to try to return to its wielder, and it decides to help the weapon along. It grabs it as...
Okay, that's how you were doing it. Okay. Okay. So we need to triple this length. We'll set it to 40 speed real quick. Yeah, okay. 30? Okay, that's good. 35. Oh, no, oh, that's 3,035. No, 35. 34? 33. 33 was the magic number.
Sees an opportunity. The trident is beginning to try to return to its wielder, and it decides to help the weapon along. It grabs it.
And there's the ad break.
It grabs it as its move action, then throws it back with terrifying force at the Atlantean. It grabs it as its move action, then throws it back.
You did say you had to triple it. 33% would be triple the length. I round to like the nearest 10. A lot of the times. Because I'm like that.
Throws it back.
Yeah, I see the vision of like having it the immediate like jump out at you type thing there with the throws, and it like comes at the audience. I get the vision. Okay.
Throws it back. Throws it back.
There it is. As soon as we can see the shape. Yeah, the fog's covering it right here. Alright.
It grabs it as its move action, then throws it as its move action.
And then here, well, actually, we'll use a speed up.
Then
okay, so we want the throw animation to reach here. So 110, 115. That's 15. 115. 120. 125. 130. 135. 140. 150. 160. Let's jump it up by 10. Also, where did the throw animation go? What happened?
Then
175 final offer.
Then
I mean, I guess that worked, but I don't know where the throw animation went. So, un moment. And then fix the speed. There we go. That's where that ends. Good.
it grabs it as its move action, then throws it back with terrifying force at the Atlantean.
Okay. My habit to still save, even though I probably don't need to. First half of the sentence should be one of the frames of her looking shocked, and then the rest of the above paragraph should be one of the frames of her deflecting the trident with her hand. And okay. So
throws it back with terrifying force at the Atlantean.
Ooh, actually, idea. We make it fast, and then we play it again, but like normal speed.
Throws it.
Yeah, and then here. And then here, crank that up to like 200.
Throws it back with terrifying force at the Atlantean.
Yeah, okay. Yeah, at double speed, it's kind of like a blink and you miss it.
Then throws it back with terrifying force at the Atlantean.
I really hope that I impressed this guy with actually using the motion of the video instead of, you know, a lot of his initial idea of just using still frames. How much time have I cut out of the still air at this point? 20 seconds there. I have cut out a half a minute of dead air. And there is going to be even more to cut out.
Force at the Atlantean. Gura's...
Alright. I saw that last frame being different. I saw that fucking last frame. What the hell? I guess it depends. I don't know the first thing about editing. Well, like, it's more of a matter of how much the client's vision matters to them. Because, like, if I was going literally one to one of exactly what he was asking for, I feel like I would be having an awful time doing this. Just constantly stuck on still frames as narration plays and there's no movement on screen whatsoever. But finding ways to employ cinematography involving the animation here while having it sync up to his voiceover, that's what I'm enjoying doing here. I feel like I have a challenge, and that's why I'm hoping he sees my rendition of his vision as a good thing. It would make for a dull video too, most likely, as someone who also likes video editing. Yeah, like, sure, a lot of videos are second monitor content nowadays. That doesn't mean you should strive to make second monitor content. At the very least, like, if you are, at least still have some motion.
Gura's not caught flat-footed. But
I feel like that's a little bit too long of a pause.
with terrifying force at the Atlantean. Gura's...
Okay, we can let that original pause be there, but this one I think we can shrink this down a little bit.
Gura's not caught flat-footed by this surprise attack, but nevertheless gets hit because of her fatigue.
First should be the frame, one of the frames of her looking shocked, and the rest of the paragraph should be at the frames of her deflecting the trident. Shared something your server you might like. Ooh. Okay, and then we literally play it back, but in normal speed this time.
Gura's not caught flat-footed by this surprise attack, but nevertheless gets hit because of her fatigue. Thankfully, the entity wasn't very proficient in the use of tridents, so her injuries are minimal. Another 2 rounds go by.
Okay, so we're not worried. We're not worried about the description of her deflecting. Okay. Ooh. Oh, my neck. Ah.
By this surprise attack, but nevertheless gets hit because of her fatigue. So,
okay. We want to have the last little bit of her expression here. Right here. And we have that play out like normal.
Gura's not caught flat-footed by this surprise attack, but nevertheless gets hit because of her fatigue.
Okay, yeah, and then we do some, and then we actually use slow-mo for cinematic purposes, and we don't just do it because I need to fill the space. Okay, so here, speed the changer, and then speed the changer here, and then boom.
Not not.
And then putting 80 here. $70. 60.
Footed by this
How far does this go?
surprise attack, but nevertheless gets hit because of her fatigue. Gura's not caught flat-footed by this surprise attack, but not caught flat.
Okay, yeah, we'll just still slowly increment it. I'm fucking sorry, what? Bitch ass motherfucker. What happened to my other fucking...
Was not caught
hang on. I gotta make a fucking keyframe here, because apparently the speed change doesn't acknowledge changes you make on a keyframe unless you input a keyframe.
flat-footed. By this surprise attack, but Gura's not caught flat-footed by this surprise attack, but nevertheless gets hit because of her fatigue.
Yeah, that still extends for a good long while. Okay, I think we'll double each increment here then.
Gura's not caught flat-footed by this surprise attack, but nevertheless gets hit because of her fatigue.
Okay. Smooth. 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 Smooth.
Gura's not caught flat-footed by this surprise attack, but nevertheless gets hit because of her fatigue.
I guess that'll do. Actually, hang on. Ooh, wait, hang on. Always checking to see if I can do the retime controls here to make it work well.
Gura's not caught flat-footed by this surprise attack, but nevertheless gets hit because of her fatigue.
Nah, that doesn't look good. Frame blend?
Gura's not caught flat-footed by this surprise attack, but nevertheless gets hit because of her fatigue.
Nah, just keep it normal. Keep it simple, stupid. Ah, crunchy. Crunchy fingers. Alright, what's the next bit here? With what you say and what I gotta do? 2 rounds go by. Entity dispels the aqueous orb while it's backup looms in the horizon. Yeah, okay, I know that shot. Gara catches his breath and frees himself both mentally and physically. Really succeeds on a knowledge check. Frame of Ina at 353 with the larger hole in her body. Ugh. See here. Okay, this is all describing where the cuts are in this description up here. So Ina at 353. Yeah, that, okay. I already used that shot. I mean, like, I am perfectly fine reusing shots in this fucking video. So cute. Yeah. We love Ina. Okay, so... It's crazy how he's asking for, like, the cut of Ina doing that, but then he has, like, its backup looms over the horizon. It's like, we're not showing that? What do you mean? Considering, like, you're being meticulous with these instructions. Like, I could be just misinterpreting. That's entirely possible. Okay. Let's listen to the narration.
Thankfully, the entity wasn't very proficient in the use of tridents, so her injuries are minimal.
Did you actually have that in the script? Yeah.
Gora's not caught flat-footed by this surprise attack, but nevertheless gets hit because of her fatigue. Thankfully, the entity wasn't very proficient in the use of tridents, so her injuries are minimal.
Yeah, that's fine. Pull that back a little bit. Pull that back a little bit.
The tridents, so her injuries are minimal. Another 2 rounds go by. The entity dispels the aqueous orb while its masters loom on the horizon.
Alright.
Another 2 rounds go by. The entity dispels the aqueous orb while its masters loom on the horizon. Gora catches...
Where's that text? Move that down a little bit. We'll basically have, like, having the text show up whenever, you know, like, them speaking is referenced.
Another 2 rounds go by. The entity dispels the aqueous orb while its masters loom on the horizon. Gora catches her breath and prepares herself, while the entity spends turns healing the injury it just sustained.
Okay, well, we have Gura healing herself here.
Penalty to it.
I just had this reserved and I didn't need it. Good to know. Well, actually, wait. No, we can make use of it. Make use of every part of the animal. The animal being the fucking video in this case.
Well, another 2 rounds go by. The entity dispels the aqueous orb while it...
Where do you say well?
The entity dispels the aqueous orb.
Okay. And so, first off, rewind. Rewind. Okay. Do we want it to be slower? No, we don't. We actually want it to be faster.
Another 2 rounds go by. The entity dispels the aqueous orb. Another 2 rounds go by.
Yeah, so...
Another 2 rounds go by. The entity dispels the
Okay, fucking... I have confused myself with this.
Another 2 rounds go by. The entity dispels the aqueous orb.
Yeah, so here... What value do we need it to make to then invert? 50. So... Yeah, we want it to be negative 200 in that case. There we go.
Another 2 rounds go by. The entity dispels the aqueous orb while its masters loom on the horizon.
And then here... Cut that up a little bit.
Gura catches her breath and prepares herself, while the entity
Did you say anything about where we're coming for Gura? Okay, yeah, no specification of what shot we have on Gura here.
While its masters loom on the horizon, Gura catches her breath and prepares herself.
Okay, we'll actually do this so that way we can have a little bit of an animation on Gura.
Its masters loom on the horizon.
I did not let go of the mouse click game. Thank you. Not game?
Gura catches her breath and prepares herself, while the
And then zoom in on Gura. $1.5? Yeah, okay, that's good. Make her a little bit more centered.
While its masters loom on the horizon, Gura catches her breath and prepares herself, while the entity spends turns healing the injury it just sustained. While the entity spends turns healing the injury it just sustained.
Okay. So we want it to reach here. And then on this frame, how much slower do I need to make it? It's already at 80. Okay. Is 70 good? 65. Nope, 60 is the magic number.
Herself, while the entity spends turns healing the injury it just sustained.
I actually still want to have a little bit of a pause.
Turns healing the injury it just sustained. Amelia succeeds at her third knowledge planes check as
Not gonna end just yet, but I want to see how far I've come from the last thing I did. Yeah, I think it was like... Yeah, it was right here. So, as far as the work I have done this stream so far, got nearly 3 minutes of this taken care of, and how much do I have left of the narration? Looks like about half. Seven minutes, 22 seconds. Alright, let's see how much more I can get done tonight.
Gura catches her breath and prepares herself, while the entity spends turns healing the injury it just sustained. Amelia succeeds at her third knowledge planes check as we have exited our third minute.
Okay, what shot did you say you wanted for Ame? 329 with her grayed out timestamp, brother. 329. Okay. Yeah. Amelia's reaction. And then here. Wow, that is not a lot of time to cover that narration, my guy.
Third knowledge planes check as we have exited our third minute.
Editing is hard. Editing is hard work. Oh no, Neo, this isn't even the hard part. This is the tedium part. The hard part is what I'm going to be doing once I'm done with the tedium. And I don't even know if it's necessarily going to be hard. It's going to be the most detailed, which makes it hard and easy in its own different ways. EP time for me. Don't want to, but sadly I need to not be cranky tomorrow at work. Now, completely understandable pitch. Thank you for being here and chatting and everything here. And thank you for commissioning me on VGen. It genuinely helps out a fuck ton. I appreciate you immensely. Hope you sleep well and have a good day tomorrow. But yeah, happy helping support friends. Yeah, thank you very much. Thank you. But yeah, Neo, fucking, like I say, this is the tedious, and the stuff I'm gonna be doing after is either hard or easy, depending. But this is also because I'm executing, I'm interpreting the vision of someone who is commissioning me. I am not executing my own complete and utter vision on this project. I now have my own ideas on how I would handle this if it were my own project, but that's not what's happening here. Good luck getting through the tedium. I mean, I'm halfway through. I'll probably get it on another maybe minute done by the time I'm ready to end stream, and then tomorrow I will definitely be done with tedium, and then from there, that's when we're gonna get into all the edits. Which is gonna be a lot.
Third knowledge planes check as we have exited our third minute.
I think I can go grab just the ritual animation we had from earlier somewhere. So edits tomorrow too? No. Tomorrow is gonna be some game. It's just that today I was already hard in on doing this, and considering my plans with Code Vein are a little bit more up in the air, and I currently am not able to install Monster Hunter Wilds. At the very least, getting work done today on stream to see how an editing stream will go is going to be was gonna be something. I'll very likely be playing a game tomorrow.
Third knowledge planes check as we have exited.
Yeah. We're wanting to grab that animation of Ame. How's the editing stream been so far, you think? I think it's actually been pretty... I think it's actually worked out pretty well. I actually think this is a pretty damn good... I think this is a pretty damn good way to get myself through the editing. Because the whole process that I go through editing... I've been suggesting this for a bit, so I'm happy for it. Yeah, so, like, the whole process... I go through editing. Let me give you guys a little delve into how I do things. Whenever I start editing, I brew myself a big old cup of coffee. 14 ounces. I typically do half calf because full calf will just fucking ruin me. I get myself some kind of caffeinated drink because I have the ADHD variant to where caffeine makes me focus. And it doesn't make me tired. It actually makes me focus rather than keeps me awake, which is what I need. And even with the caffeine on, unless I am in the fucking groove, unless I am really into what I am in the middle of doing, and I'm like, oh yeah, let's keep going. Yeah, this is good. Even with the caffeine, if I'm not in that state, I will typically, after about 15 to 30 minutes of working, refresh my YouTube homepage, and watch every single short that interests me on my homepage. And then once I do those, I go back to working for 15 to 30 minutes. Intermittently, if anybody sends me anything, I am then going to react to it. Or I may say something in Discord. And so... it's typically a decent enough method for working on shorts and shorter videos that don't need a lot of editing. But when it comes to longer videos and shit, it's a bit intrusive. So, me having an editing stream here, super helpful. And honestly, maybe I actually do stream 5 days a week to accommodate for editing. I'm not going to make any promises on that, but because... like, I already need to get myself in that headspace to edit and everything there. It's not a bad idea. Considering it's just letting myself be social and also do work. I feel like it's definitely going to keep my sanity when I have a lot of projects to work on. So it's very likely we'll be I'm definitely going to be adding video editing streams to what I will be doing. It's just a matter of when. I would lose so much time with shorts. I just disabled them everywhere. You see, that's my method. I work until I start to feel the brain fog. That's when I refresh my YouTube homepage. And only about, like, I don't know, 5 shorts are appealing to me at any given time on my homepage, and that's when I watch those. This also helps with the editing ideas parts, and brainstorming with others helps. Like when I gave advice on how to do the glow earlier. Yeah. I'm gonna assume... oh, yeah. Hello, by the way. Yeah. Sage? I'm going to assume? Sage. Yes, hello, Sage. You and I operate the same, then, in terms of workflow. The editing stream here has definitely been a big help for me to break away from that workflow. Granted, I did spend about 40 minutes ranting and raving and telling stories, but at the very least, we got content out of it. Recently started to learn After Effects. I hope you are content with it. I would highly advise doing DaVinci Resolve, because it is free. And it's a one-time purchase of $300 for you to get professional quality. Like, it's professional, like, it's version that is actually used in professional settings. I'm a montage video editor. And content. Okay, so if After Effects is better for montage editing, I'm not gonna fault you there. I use a lot of motion. Okay. That's understandable then. That's reasonable. I don't really do montages. I do this video right here. If you know the Hololive Myth Bad Ending video, the client I have is wanting to analyze the fight like a D&D, like a Pathfinder encounter, or rather D&D. And I'm currently in the midst of just splicing up the footage to match his voiceover. And then from there, I'm going to be putting in the edits. It's been brutal. Ugh. Well, I'm hoping for a steady, smooth learning curve for you.
Amelia succeeds at her third.
Right! Again, there was footage I needed to, there was an animation here I needed to fucking grab, and I didn't. You know, where is it? I'm glad I always cut these up. Okay, it's this. It's this. There we go. Did you make the template on the footage? Yes and no. So, the client, they just told me, hey, I want to have some dice effects and some sound effects on top of this with my voiceover. And I'm like, okay, I can do that. And then, after I show him a dice rolling edit that I did to see if it fit what he was envisioning, he then gave the request to have this overlay here. And I'm like, okay, I'll see what I can make, but who knows? And then he, thankfully, directed me to Paizo, who are fucking goated, by the way. They have pre-made Pathfinder stream overlays, which is what this is. I then had to crop it a little bit because instead of having 6 players and a DM, we have 5 characters present. So I cropped it, and I have the actual video playing, the actual Myth Bad Ending playing here. These are all screenshots, and that is what I have here. In the Papyrus box here is he wants the round, round number and the dice animations. My audio is broken. I can't hear you. 1 second. Oh. Unfortunate.
At her third knowledge planes check as we have exited our 3rd minute.
Okay. I think let's slow this down just a tad. Make you 80. And then you make you 80 as well. Ugh. 75. There we go. And then zoom.
The injury it just sustained. Amelia succeeds at her 3rd knowledge planes check as we have exited our 3rd minute.
Cool. We are at 10 minutes of the video.
The start of round 31 begins, and we see an interesting act of divine intervention.
An interesting act of divine intervention. Okay, so what notes do you have here? We do a little editing sleight of hand here. Okay. Starting with a few frames in the first half of the above paragraph with frames of the trident flying through the air. Then on the sky open sentence, we cut to frame on 404. The cut between the entity healing and Amelia passing her check felt not conversational. Need a smidge more empty space, I think. Let's see here.
Gura catches her breath and prepares herself, while the entity spends turns healing the injury it just sustained. Amelia succeeds.
Oh, yeah, I see what you mean. I see what you mean. We can give it just a tiny, tiny bit more wiggle room here. Just a teensy bit more. Yeah, a sixth of a second should be good. And then here, can we extend it further? And then speed change 55. That's good. This should be a little bit better.
While the entity spends turns healing the injury it just sustained, Amelia succeeds.
Yeah, okay, that
at her
works.
third knowledge planes check as we have exited our third minute.
A sixth of a second can make a whole world of difference, dude. Like, goddamn. Glad to help. Yeah. that would have been something I would have caught way too fucking late.
The start of round 31 begins, and we see an interesting act of divine intervention.
Okay, so let's see here. What was he saying again? The little fucking personal note he has here. We do a little editing sleight of hand here. We do a little trolling. I get what you're going for, but I just find that funny. Start with a few frames in the first half of the above paragraph, the frames of the trident flying through the air. Then on the sky open sentence, we cut to frame. Okay. To the sky opening up. So let's go grab the trident flying. Let's go grab that. Okay. Yeah. There we go. Oh, perfect pause on my part there. Not what he's needing me to use, but I mean, like, the fact that I paused on this exact frame. Ah, bellissimo. Yeah, we don't want it to, we don't want to, I take it we don't want to see Gura just yet. So, considering the intent that he's having here. Well, actually, maybe we actually do. Like, right before she catches it. Yeah, okay, there we go.
The start of round 31 begins, and we see an interesting act of divine intervention.
Okay, so we're gonna need a... It's probably...
The start of round 31 begins.
Do we have some clever...
Round 31
Do we have some clever cutting I can do here? No, all these buildings look unique. Ooh, my neck. All these buildings look unique.
The start of round 31.
Like this building right here is the closest to the one at the start. I'm gonna try to make this a loop. I'm gonna try. You, Mazumaru, for making a good animation where all the buildings are unique. No, damn you, Mazumaru, for making a good animation where all the buildings are unique. Yeah, no, I want to make this a loop to fit, so I don't need to do slow-mo again. Okay, so this is our starting frame.
The start of round 31.
Yeah, like this is the closest this building right here is the closest we have to having it loop.
The start
No, even then, it doesn't work. Damn it.
we see the divine intervention.
Okay, well, hang on. Okay. How exactly? First half of the above paragraph. As Persona Shredder returns to its owner. Oh my gosh. The god in question wasn't very pleased with the First, with the French trying to fly through the air, then on the sky opens. Okay, so with divine intervention, I can probably just do some of my own stuff here. But with the as Poseidon's trident returns to its owner, it seems that the god in question wasn't very pleased. Yeah, I can probably do it like that. I'll get through this segment and then I'll probably call it here. Because I want to play some Path of Exile, and I also need a shower and stuff. So, yeah. Okay. What do we have to work with Divine Intervention? Dude, fucking Mazumoto is so fucking good of an animator. Oh wait, oh shit. I didn't even realize. Wait, hang on. Ooh, okay. Hang on. Hang on a minute. Hang on a minute! We may actually have something here. We actually might have something here. Okay, hang on. We'll just keep this here in case we need it.
As Poseidon's trident returns to its owner, it seems that the god in question wasn't very pleased at the fact that his weapon was wielded by someone other than his last faithful follower.
Yeah, we can reuse the fucking Ina grabbing the trident there. We can do that. Okay, first off, we don't need to worry about the text.
Round 31 begins. And we see an interesting act of divine intervention. As Poseidon's trident return.
Okay, cut that. And then we have the shot with the hand here.
Divine.
Okay. There we go. Here, here, here. This should flow well.
The start of round 31 begins, and we see an interesting act of divine intervention.
Cool. And then here...
Intervention. As Poseidon's trident returns to its owner...
Do you want it to specifically lead to... Then on the sky open sentence, we cut just after the trident impacts. Okay. Also, funny thing, like, considering he's framing this in the context of a Pathfinder fight, bro, we're already on fucking round 20. That's like session 5 of a single fucking combat.
Intervention. A specific
Okay,
intervention.
we can cut that up a little bit. Cut that up a little bit.
Next, we have 31. Be an interesting act of divine.
Nope. Okay, hang on.
My first start of round 31. Sneaking up my first.
Alright, so here's something that not 20, re-listen to that clip, round 31. 3 minutes of concentration. Yeah, true. But still, the point of my joke here is that this is session 5 of a single combat. If it were actual players playing Pathfinder. If it went that long. Yeah, new compound clip. Gura. Hand clasp. And then we can use this to slow it down. Because we want...
Act of divine intervention.
Yeah, because we want the trident to... Yeah, so we want to slow this down by about 25%. Great thing about compound clips. Their duration cannot be fucking changed.
Activation.
Their duration...
Intervention.
So, whatever speed you change it to, you fucking know what you're getting out of it.
The start of round 31 begins, and we see an interesting act of
I'm sorry, what did I just see visually
The
there?
start of round 31 begins, and we see an interesting...
Oh my gosh, there was a fucking single frame! A single frame where? I removed those frames! What do you mean? Okay, hang on. Well, now I gotta fucking
The start
cut that
of
out.
round 31
That one frame slipped in as the clips were glued together. Yeah.
begins.
Oh, but it doesn't do it when I don't have the speed change happen. Okay, hang on. Wait a minute. Like, I still need to do the speed change, because, yeah. Maybe I can do a bit here, but still. 75. And then extend that out. And then...
The start
still
of
there?
round 31 begins, and we see...
No! Not that time! What the fuck? Bro! Okay. Yeah, I'm not gonna complain. I am not gonna complain.
As Poseidon's trident returns to its owner, it seems that the god in question wasn't very pleased at the fact that his weapon was wielded by someone other than his last faithful follower, even if only for a moment. The sky...
Software is silly. It really do
his
be.
last faithful follower.
And then just shrink that pause. This should sound fine.
Last faithful follower, even if only for a moment.
Yeah, that's fine.
Full follower, even if only for a moment. The sky opens.
Alright, we can cut this down a little bit. We can let this pause be a little bit longer.
Follower, even if only for a moment. The sky opens, and rain falls upon the city. The entity attempts... The sky opens, and rain falls upon the city.
Cut this a little bit. And the great thing is that... if I... Actually, yeah. And the great thing is that I can just splice across the entire timeline and then highlight it all and move it just a tiny little bit in order to accommodate any pauses for sound effects that he may want. Or that I may feel like I need to put in. So we are fine on that.
And rain falls upon the city. The entity attempts to dispel the storm in their...
Yeah, that was definitely a trying to catch up with your
Uh-oh.
reading type pause there.
The entity attempts to dispel the storm in their vicinity with calm air on its turn, but the god of seas and storms hath spoken, and it will not be overruled.
Okay, this will be our stopping point here. This will be our stopping point because I think... Actually, not quite. Not quite. That needs a bit more space before the entity, I think.
City. The entity attempts to dispel the falls upon the city. The entity attempts to...
Yeah, we can do just a teensy little bit more. How much do we actually want it to be? An extra... Yeah, a 12th of a second. That should... Considering the already existing pause, maybe that'll be it.
And rain falls upon the city. The entity attempts to dispel the storm in their vicinity.
Yeah, maybe 1/12 is good enough. That felt like a natural enough pause to me.
The entity attempts to dispel the storm in their vicinity.
Wrong spot.
And rain falls upon the city. The entity attempts to dispel...
Yeah, okay. Cool.
...the storm in their vicinity with calm air on its turn. But the god of seas and storms hath spoken, and it will not be overruled. Leaving the turn with Gargura, who is now ready.
A little fast, but still fine. Yeah, I typically am. It's crazy how little details we notice in terms of conversation.
Ready.
This is gonna be our last ad break for the stream, at the very least.
Overruled. Leaving the turn with Gargura, who is now ready. Ina succeeds on another...
Oh, we can actually extend that pause a little bit more. Okay. Haha, Gargura, who is now ready. Haha, haha, haha.
Overruled. Leaving the turn with Gargura, who is now ready. Ina succeeds on another will save, lowering their defenses.
That is a trying to keep up with your reading pause.
Lowering their...
I have had many of those types of pauses in my voiceovers.
Lowering their defenses and preventing any further movement.
And that is the last of that specific narration on his script there. So this is our stopping point.
Further movement.
Yeah, this cut right here, this is our stopping point. So I've got 30 seconds to work with. Alright, so what are we needing to work with again here?
Act of divine intervention. As Poseidon's trident returns to its owner, it seems that the god in question wasn't very pleased at the fact that his weapon was wielded by someone other than his last faithful follower, even if only for a moment.
Yeah, we'll take the grab, and we'll put that there. This is why teleprompters are nice. Don't need to look for where you were at. True. Video pause, continue watching. Yes, YouTube! Alright, where's the grab? Alright, yeah, there's the... She grabs it. Nope.
Follow, even if only for a moment.
What speed do I have it at? Alright, about 60 speed.
For a moment. Even if only for a moment. The sky opened.
Oh wait, I saw that. I saw that last frame. I saw that last frame! You can't catch me, spare frames!
Even if only for a moment. The sky opens, and rain falls upon the city.
And he did say he wanted to have the sky open happen like a smash cut from Gura almost getting hit by the trident. That's Battle.net. Sky open sentence we cut at frame 404 after the trident impacts. Just after the trident impacts. Okay. Right. Impact, and then just so that way we don't have a really weird one frame cut, we'll do 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. Actually, yeah, 10 should be fine. Likely when the rain forms a shark. Yeah.
The sky opens.
Okay. And then we'll cut this down bit by bit to where we can get the natural, like smash cut, but still like a little bit of natural frames. Gotten to the part of Yakuza 8 where Kiryu is the main character. Time to turn the language back to JP. Why exactly? Okay, so we just want to shrink this down a little bit. 5 frames.
Moment. The sky opens.
Because God Yong Yi, I don't know how to pronounce that. Still isn't it? The EN voice they got for Kiryu sounds too young. He was a bit of a prick about it. Okay.
As Poseidon's trident returns to its owner, it seems that the god in question wasn't very pleased at the fact that his weapon was wielded by someone other than his last faithful follower.
Okay.
Wielded by someone other than
other. I'm gonna use these to mark specific points. Actually, let's go grab the fresher throw footage. Let's go grab that. Let's go grab the unedited throw footage. Oh, okay, that was actually plenty long. What the fuck? We can actually speed this up.
Wielded by someone
Actually, we don't even need to. We can just do that here.
other than his last faithful follower, even if only for a moment. The sky opens, and
then here. What the fuck? What the fuck? Okay, yeah, I think we're just gonna have to slow this down, because all the buildings are unique, so I can't make it a loop. Yeah, we want it to be a cut to right nearly on Gura. Yeah, we want it to be right on Gura. Speed change 25? 30? 27.5. 28.5. We're dialing it in. You know what? That's good. That's good. Let's see here.
while the entity spends turns healing the injury it just sustained, Amelia succeeds at her third knowledge planes check as we have exited our third minute. The start of round 31 begins, and we see an interesting...
No! I see you, fucking frame! I see you! I fucking see you! You bastard!
One begins, and we...
Ah!
31 begins.
Oh, there it is. You. Die. I missed it this time as I blink. Yeah, it's a single fucking frame. Goodness. Pull this back. And then we can just grab everything else. Highlight it. And move it over that single fucking frame. We're gonna cooperate now, right?
The start of round 31 begins, and we see an interesting act of divine intervention. As Poseidon's trident returns to its owner, it seems that the god in question wasn't very pleased at the fact that his weapon was wielded by someone other than his last faithful follower, even if only for a moment. The sky opens, and rain falls upon the city.
Okay. And he gave a timestamp here. 4:04. Yeah. Oh, I didn't even notice the shark face in this like black and white transition here. Oh, that's actually so fucking sick. But he obviously wanted to hide a little bit of the transformation. I kept the natural frames so that way it's, you know, like a little bit of a smash, like a little bit of an ooh kind of smash cut. Whoopsie. It's fine. It's fine. You never saw the shark face? No, I saw the shark face, but it's in the rain part here. It was specifically in the black and white transition to where the shark face is in the rain that I didn't see. Which I think is even fucking cooler. Fucking, the usage of the black and white transitions to, like, emphasize, you know, like, big, impactful things in this video insane. I fucking love it.
Even if only for a moment. The sky opens, and rain falls upon the city.
Let's see here.
Sky opens, and rain falls off the air. Sky opens, and rain falls.
And then here, just move this along.
On city.
So we need this about to be 60% speed.
Only for a moment. The sky opens, and rain falls upon the city. The entity attempts to dispel the storm in their vicinity with calm air on its turn. But the god of seas and storms hath spoken, and it will not be overruled.
Okay, so what do we have here? Where the fuck are you? Where the fuck are you getting the visual to do the calm air, my guy? What? Huh? What could we possibly use to interpret that? Because I think these hands are going to be important in the narration later, so we can't do that. What do we what can I possibly do? What can I possibly do? Yeah, that's right, Ina. You know, maybe I can do that. Yeah, okay. I think we'll just do a looping shot of the orb. I think we'll just do a looping shot of the orb for that. John, what's that? The orb. What does it want? What does it do? Whatever it wants.
The entity attempts to dispel the storm in their vicinity with calm air on its turn.
Okay, we're gonna just copy paste this a lot. 1, 2, 3, 4. Hey, that actually is spaced out perfectly. Wow, look at that. I'm a genius.
It opens, and rain falls upon the city. The entity attempts to dispel the storm in their vicinity with calm air on its turn. But the god of seas and storms hath spoken, and it will not be overruled. Leaving the turn with Gargura, who is now ready.
Yeah, we want to have the now ready with her face showing up. That's what I want it to look like, because that, you know, like that's cinematic as fuck. I guess we'll have the. I guess we can do the explosion here. Yeah, I guess we can do the. I guess we can do this explosion. It's fine. And we need this to be about twice as long. Actually, no, not quite. We want it to be...
Who is now old.
Yeah, we need it to... Okay, we need it to be like 80. I like to think with Gargura could be her face, and now ready as the color fills into play early on the red E-choke. But also cinematically it works. Let's see.
It will not be ruled. Leaving the turn with Gargura.
As the color fills in. Yeah, okay. And then here. And then boom, 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 boom. Cool. And then boom. And that's a boom!
The turn with Gargura now ready. Leaving the turn. Leaving the turn with Gargura, who is now.
Okay, here. Yeah.
Ready.
So that's where we want the red to be completely filled in. So yeah, here. So that's how it is here. Okay, so in that case, we'll probably do it like this. In the few frames before the flash. And then here, we need to extend this bitch a lot. It's almost, okay. 8?
Leaving the turn with Gargura, who is now.
Or it could loop as a still plus rainfall. True. That actually does work better.
Leaving the turn with.
Boom, 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 boom.
Leaving the turn with Gargura, who is now ready. Ina. Leaving the turn with Gargura, who is now ready.
Ooh, oh, actually, as soon as he says now, I like the idea of the flash being on the now.
Who is
Might need to slow them a little bit, but match the speed on the rain in the ready part, yeah. Okay. This one we're gonna need to slow down just a tiny bit, because it does not fit.
Leaving the turn with Gargura, who is now ready. Ina succeeds on.
Oh, we're so close. We're so close to making this look peak. We're so close to making this look peak. Okay, maybe we didn't need to undo the speed change. Okay, that's good. We can fit that here. Oh, please tell me this is gonna look good, please!
Leaving the turn with Gargura, who is now ready.
See how the loops parts, raindrops look almost like strobes, I think? Less loops, but slower. Less loops, but slower. Let's see here. How many loops do I currently have? I have 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, 17. So we'll just double... Okay, we'll just cut a lot of these and then double the length. I'm trying to highlight... Program, please. Thank you. It'll slow it down to 50, and then we'll 50, and then we'll increase it to plus. Okay. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. Okay. Yeah, you know what? Adding all those extra little seconds does stack up. Yeah, change it to 14. And 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. Okay, and then we can...
Leaving the turn with Gargura, who is now ready.
I want the flash to happen throughout the now.
Who is now ready.
Is it too...
Gargura, who is now...
Yeah, we need it to happen sooner. Yeah, okay, we want this to be a little faster. So can I get them back a little harder? Okay. Okay. And then back to this. 125? I'm sorry, what the fuck are you... What are you... Why?
Who is now ready. Ina. Who is now...
Okay, faster, faster, faster. My mouse is double-clicking up a fucking storm right now, dude. Holy shit.
Now ready. Gargura, who is now ready.
Why is it so hard for me to fucking... Alright. Okay, I want... Okay, this should... Like, come on.
Leaving the turn with Gargura, who is now ready.
It's like it comes out too late. It's like he says now here.
Leaving the turn with Gargura, who is now...
Oh, okay, that didn't work out. Okay, hang on. Things are freaking the fuck out. Okay. Undo the speed change. This is where I want it to be. This should be it. Holy shit, my fucking mouse.
Kagura, who is now
I actually may need to just straight up buy a new mouse. Oh my gosh, it's you know, I think this is the last. I think this is the last of my mouse's days. It is actually just straight up double. It is actually just double clicking up a storm. I didn't. I hate. Well, R.I.P. Logitech G600, the last of its kind.
Kagura, who is now
Okay, that went on too long.
Kagura, who is now
Okay, I'm just gonna stop, cause I can't do anything with my mouse double clicking like this. So that is where we're gonna call it today. That is where we're gonna call it, cause holy fucking shit, is my mouse actually straight up fucking dying. Okie dokie. Fuck me. Dude, fuck. DIY for stream. Thank you guys for being here. Fucking amazing. It's fucking amazing that you got that y'all still showed up and chatted plenty. Basically had it, so it was basically where we planned to stop anyway. Yeah, I know. I was being so anal about making it actually work out here, and my mouse is actually straight up fucking dying. The double clicking is way too fucking bad at this point here. But still, thank you guys for being here. Thank you for chatting as much as you did. Thank you, Neo, for consideration of helping me out on VGen. And thank you, Pitch, for commissioning me. I'll get back to you on that invoice. I know you're not here to hear me, but I will still get back to you on that invoice. And yeah, this was a major success. A fucking major success in terms of a stream. I am very, very happy with this. So, yeah, we are going to raid out to our good old friend Saki Hunt. Not big on Overwatch 2 myself, but I'm always down to watch Saki, and she's a great place to drop the kids off. So, yeah, I already said all my thank yous. Tomorrow will be a gaming stream, but I do not know if it's gonna be Monster Hunter Wilds. I do not know if it's going to be Code Vein 2 at the end of it all. I don't know if it's going to be Path of Exile, because I've been really playing Path of Exile. I don't know if it's going to be Warframe. We'll see! I hope that you guys are there either way, because I have a ton of fun with it. Not me enjoying this more than the Warframe streams! It's a collaborative effort, at the very least, here. Whereas with Warframe, it's more of a matter of something you don't understand and don't like being played out. Which I get. OBS, if you can please let me scroll. Regardless, though, we will be playing a game tomorrow. Rest assured on that. We will see what. Regardless, though, thank you all again. I shall see you tomorrow. Until then, have a great night and a great day tomorrow. Hopefully I can get some more work done. Let's show Saki some love. Bye-bye!
Oh, fuck.